Gotta be right here. Yeah.
You're not. You're not beating the allegations, Charlie.
I'm built different. Control it now!
Maybe you were just built worse. I mean, that's different.
Yeah, I love, like, Oreo is like my favorite, like, mix-in, like, thing. Oh no.
I love the weird, like, gel icing they use on ice. What the fuck's happening to your mouth?
Oh, God. There we go.
No, what the heck?
We're good.
Babe, I'm breaking up with you. It's not you, you are Poggers. It's me, I'm Amiga lol. I'm sorry if this is pep hands, but it has to be done. I've just been feeling Pepega and our relationship has been weird champ for months. It's time to end it, no kappa.
Ripple, no, you can't do this to me. Not like this. Ripple, I can't, we could talk about this. Oh no, he's going away. No, no! He's back to where he's supposed to be. So his whole gimmick is using the lens of truth and just being able to see where he is at all times. But I kind of like to show off when it comes to this fight, so I'm not going to do that. Maybe I should do that. Oh, that counts. Okay. Yeah! I did it! When you figure out the mechanics, you can beat the boss. Who would have guessed? Awesome. Okay. This is definitely going to be bad, but like, I already had the charge, so why not? Destroy 5 cars in 5 seconds. Oh, I didn't know that was a trophy. That's interesting. And no one died. Good. Ignore that. Was it? Oh my god. Welp. First death. Hello, sir. Don't mind the fact that somebody just died behind you. Just take some fuel and get out of here. If anyone's around. Okay. I know I said. I know I said I won't make a big deal of restarting, but I'm gonna make an exception of that case. I'm so small. Nothing over there. Doesn't look like it. Like, because of the camera angle and how big I am at the moment, it's just like, I'm so small. I'll make it there one day, guys.
Alright, if I get to cool, I'm gonna be very, very sad.
Don't fight for the coup then.
A funny moment fight.
I need a win.
Yeah, I got the coom. I'll lather it all over me.
Oh.
I'm sure it'll make you glow in the dark.
A glowing egg. I remember some things, but not everything. Okay, person, you might want to get out of your car because of this. You're staying? And you're even moving forward? All right, fair enough. So you regret your decision, or gonna need to be having an outfit that fits the occasion, right? So I think we could change right into this. Why is it T-posing? No, it was ruined. That's so dope. Oh, well, shit. I looked at chat and he got fucked up. Here we go, food. Enjoy, enjoy. Can you speak up a little bit? I can't hear you over the badass music.
Good evening, everyone.
As much as we wanted to, and Chance and I decided.
Hello, hello. Welcome in. Happy Monday. I hope everyone's having a lovely day so far. I think I am having a pretty good day. Been dealing with kind of headache all day, but that's kind of my life, unfortunately. But overall, I think it's been a pretty good day. I haven't really done too much, but there's a lot of vibes. Got a nice fat nap in earlier. That was nice. Yeah. I intended to work on stuff. Didn't really get that opportunity, but that's okay because they were just fun vibes. So I do hope that everyone is having a lovely Monday. Scrin, good job on redeeming first. Congrats on that. Pretty much today we're just gonna be kind of vibing for Switch 2 Monday. So normally I've been kind of picking games that have like benefits to being on the Switch 2, and I've already played Hyrule Warriors outside of Switch 2 Mondays, but I kind of figured that we could get some stuff done in regards to one of the adventure mode maps. I just recently finished the terminal one, which was very nice, but I kind of want to keep making progress on that before the burnout sets in for it. And so I thought, you know what? It's the end of Pride. I know that in the States, it's still January. It's still June 30th, but pretty much for me, I don't have anything else going on today. And PCU, because it's an Australian event, officially ended yesterday. So I thought, you know what? Pride Month is over for me. Because one day, unless like a collab or something happened, wasn't gonna make that much of a difference. So I figure I'll just consider it actually over, and then, you know, just kind of talk about stuff. Kind of talk about my experience in the PCU in for this year in the entire month of June. The differences between last year and this year, and of course just kind of vibing, just kind of talking about stuff going on in June in general. Nothing too crazy, so I think that's really about it. So let's just get right into it. I may get called away at some point for something random, but till then, it's kind of vibe. Okay, microphone wire got stuck. Alright, adventure mode. Actually, did I fully 100% finish terminal? What am I doing? For some reason, I was immediately starting to play on my OBS capture instead of my proper screen, which it doesn't seem to be that much latency delay, but I think I'd still rather play on my screen itself. So the last thing I was doing was kind of clearing up any sculptulas on this map. And I have a few left, so this was the Termina map. Pretty much it for the whole thing. It worked like Majora's Mask, where you would essentially be sitting there with a 3-day cycle, 72 hours, and just have to go through as much of this map as possible before the moon crashes down. And once the moon crashed down, then the entire map would get reset pretty much. Obviously all your like accomplishments and stuff like that would stay, but pretty much you would have to like force everything to ensure you don't have any issues with the moon and everything like that. So pretty much true to form like Majora's Mask, like we've been playing for the randomizer on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. I pretty much have been vibing with this one. I was able to pretty much do it in one cycle without needing a 3-day like any resets. Luckily there's this one item, the inverted Song of Time adds 10 hours. I think that was my saving grace, because every time I picked one up it would just add an additional 10 hours even past 72 hours, and then like I would just sit there, go to the owl statues, go do everything. The whole goal was to get the giant's masks, not the giant mask, but the giant's symbols item. You would use that, and then you use that on the clock tower like shown here, and then this whole section over here opened up. So yeah, this one was a super fun one. I can't wait till the next one. I think Low Roll is the next one for Link Between Worlds. But until then, let's get some sculptures and finish off this painting. Pretty much I have been mainly playing as Link. I've been starting to level up a bit young Link from Majora's Mask. But for like super quick in-out missions, I've literally just been using Link, and he's even like... Link is max level, as you could see in the bottom right. It is fully max level. Wario info. Alright, so just do the objective, kill 1,200 enemies, and then be all set from there. Kind of the most bizarre thing, like, I know this is random to bring up, but kind of the most bizarre thing about having an air conditioner like how I have set up is like, I'm confused why sometimes during the summer days it continues to be super hot even though the air conditioner is cranking. Maybe it's just a thing that the air conditioner is trying its best, and the heat from outside, from the sun coming through the window and stuff like that, maybe that's what's up. But it's always been very interesting ever since I got this air conditioner that that's been the case. The sun's probably evil, that's my bet. Yeah, I agree with that. Especially, I'm in Arizona, so like, what even was the temperature today? I don't really go outside much, so I tend to not pay attention to that unless the AC is just full on not working. 114 degrees, so yeah. That would definitely make sense as to why things are going wrong with heat in my room. I kind of do this first mission just kind of talking about random stuff, and then we can get into what I was talking about with PCU, June in general, all that fun stuff. So I'm surprised that I'm not doing as much damage as I think I should be doing. All right, because it's the Majora's Mask section, everyone like that has a mask costume actually is getting a mask. So Rudo has the Zora one. Darunia has the Goron mask. There were some interesting ones, like Midna gets the mask that she technically wears for the brief second in Twilight Princess where after you get the shield, she's wearing it on her face for a brief moment. And they made that whole thing into an actual mask, which was interesting. For beating pretty much beating the entirety of this place, I obviously have the Fierce Deity mask outfit. Alright, I shall send Young Link to the keep, because generally in these bomb tree missions, they'll send one more that's not really marked in the map too much. Yeah, I just said. Oh wait, I think I'm literally about to cross paths with it. Yep. Where was the sculpture on this map again? Oh, I'm literally right next to it. Perfect. I think it's probably over here. I would be correct. Alright, well, because we already get A rank missions for, like, I pretty much try and get A rank the first time. Oh yeah, see, there's the shield that I was talking about. She's just wearing the shield from Twilight Princess. Yeah, because I try to strive for getting, like, my main priority in every mission is to get A rank more than anything. Like, I don't care, like, if I miss a Skulltula, it's fine. If I miss a pivotal, like, item, stuff like that, that's fine. But the first time, I always try to get A rank the first time. So if I have to replay a mission at all, it's pretty much, right, I need the boss key. Like, it's pretty much, if I have to replay a mission, A rank is already achieved, so I literally just pop in, do the thing I need, and then dip. Since I'm closest to this one over here. I don't care about the negotiator. I just want a key. Oh, was it here? I mean, there's only one keep left, so. Yeah, might as well see if I could grab him one more magic jar. As long as I fill up my magic, the boss will be like disgustingly easy. And some of you may think, she's already done this. How could she forget where the boss key is? When you do about, want to say by this point, like 200 some other missions where most of them are pretty much the exact same, just capture the points. And then I thought I heard my air conditioner was off for some reason. But I think it's still on. Oh, I'm going the complete wrong way. Oh yeah, because I was looking for magic. Duh. Yeah, when you do like essentially 200 of the same mission with very little variety, and at least like half of those are a capture or a keep to get the boss key, you kind of lose.
Welcome, Raiders.
Ooh, Tranterminus, thank you so much for the follow. Managed Democracy's finest dropping in. Stand by for Helldiver support. You got it. Alrighty, let's pop back over here. Tranterminus, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. Just by your raid message, I assume I know what you played, but I'm still gonna give you a lovely shout out. Oh, I did that in the wrong chat. But did that work? Oh wait. Wow, you fooled me. Last team playing BioShock Remastered. Nice. I want to. I love BioShock, but for some reason it's like one of those things where I want to replay all the games, but because I beat them once, I kind of don't do that as much as I want to. I still have yet to finish Infinite. I want to finish Infinite, but my brain just has issues with trying to finish it for some reason. But I know I will at some point beat Infinite. It's just taking a lot longer than I would care to admit. I'm probably even near the end. It's just brain is so focused on other things. But regardless, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. I hope you had a lovely stream enjoying some BioShock. For those who are new seeing me, my name is Chuckton. I'm a trans variety VTuber who loves to play a variety of games, and pretty much we're talking about Pride Month. Well, we're going to be talking about Pride Month. We're just pretty much vibing with Hyrule Warriors. I have a new segment called Switch 2 Mondays, where we're pretty much going to be playing something random on the Switch 2 to see its benefits or higher power or anything like that from the Switch 2 compared to the Switch 1. And pretty much we're just kind of vibing with some Hyrule Warriors today, and going to what's it called, just be talking about some of the stuff that was happening in June, like Pride collabs and just normal stuff and stuff like that. Allow me to introduce myself. Liberty greetings. The name's Tranterminus, but please call me Tranter if it becomes too complicated. I'm a dark green heavy gunner helldiver based in Costa Rica who has a love for anything military related. Nice, sounds very fun. I really do appreciate your little intro as well. Yeah, so pretty much we're just vibing with Hyrule Warriors, and we're going to be talking before BioShock. I also did Delta Force, Black Hawk Down, Team Saber, 2003 FPS military game based on a IRL conflict. Very interesting in terms of history. Ooh, I believe I've heard of that one. I've never played it, but I believe I've heard of that one. Whoa, my arm went a little fucky there. But yeah, normally when I'm not doing the Switch 2 Mondays for Wednesdays and Fridays, I generally have an A through Z list that I pretty much set and do for sorry, my brain is all over the place. I have an A through Z list that I concocted about 2 years ago that pretty much I've been going down the alphabet and choosing a random game from that begins with that letter. So A for Assassin's Creed 4, B for Bulletstorm, C Celeste, like so on, so forth, right? This Wednesday, we will be... Sorry to wait and run, very tired, I must rest, but I hope Hyrule Warriors goes hella well. Have a good one, and nice to meet you. Same to you, Tranterminus. I hope you have a lovely rest of your night and enjoy your rest. But pretty much I'll be doing my A through Z list this Wednesday. We will be hitting Game X, which all of them have been a surprise until the point of reveal. So yeah, if you're interested to see what my Game X is, go ahead and drop a follow. I really would appreciate it. We recently hit our goal for hitting 350 followers by the end of the year, and we already are at 360. So I'm really hoping that by the end of 2025 we get a good old second goal be in of 400 followers. So that'll be really exciting. Before we go ahead and go back to the end of the game, I do have a lovely trailer that I'm gonna go ahead and show everyone. Hi there, I'm Chuckton. I'm a trans variety VTuber. Welcome to the stream, and here's what you can expect. Ripple, I can't, we could talk about this. Oh no, he's going away! No, no! What do you mean I'm about to fight a house? Run, 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 run. Pet the dog. Run, 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 run. Oh god, I just glitched it out.
A, X, and whatever they're... Upside down W. M. That's an M. Like, what if I did shoot a gun now? It's me. I'm Destiny.
I love the weird, like, gel icing they use on ice. What the fuck's happening to your mouth?
Oh, whose dead man is this?
Well, I hope you enjoyed that and give me a follow. Thank you for any support and joining me on my journey. Alrighty, so once again, Tranterminus, thank you so much. I hope you have a lovely rest of your night, and let's get back into the game. Oh yeah, because Lana's whole thing is like being imbued with like the spiritual power and like the Deku Tree stuff, like she pretty much got the Deku mask. Oh, time for... Nope. Manhandler. Gets the boomerang. No, almost one cycle, but then he pretty much immediately let me one cycle him. Which then proceeds to one shot. All right, perfect. One Skulltula down, a couple more to go, and then going on to the next map. I really like this picture so far. I can't wait to see the finished result. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more to go. So 6 missions. I don't know why my arm keeps being weird. We'll do... And you know, it's the Majora's Mask map, so why not play a Skull Kid as well? I'll probably mainly play as Link, but I mean, since they're giving me the option for multiple characters, sounds good. So in regards to anything like I want to talk about, like, again, Pride stuff, PCU specifically, June in general, I haven't really made any form of like cognitive thought as to exactly what I'm going to be saying. So it is gonna kind of seem like rambling, I'm not going to lie to you, especially mixing in trying to focus on the game as well. So I do apologize if it is a kind of a ramble fest, but it's just kind of stuff I want to talk about. Just how my experiences in June, all the fun stuff I did, and all that stuff. So pretty much I just want to start with, like, in terms of the PCU, there's not gonna be like any negativity. I want to like start that first and foremost, because like pretty much the main highlight of June has been all the stuff that I did in the PCU, because as a lot of you know, I pretty much like lost my job on May 29th. I receive a call saying, hey, you essentially are no longer employed with us. It's been 8 years and I had no idea that any of that would be coming. I had a suspicion because, you know, not to get too deep into things, I know a lot of people want to treat my streams as like safe spaces and stuff like that, so I don't want to like get too depressing and bring up like current events, stuff like that. But I kind of had a feeling that current events would lead to something with my job, specifically, you know, just to be upfront with it, saying the fact that Trump's tariffs and stuff like that like would have an effect on things. And I can't say for certain that that was 100% the case in terms of my job, but it kind of felt like it with the timing of it and everything like that. So again, I kind of figured that something would happen, but I never thought in a million years that it would have led to me actually losing my job. So that was a genuine shock. So that's kind of been at the forefront of my mind more than, you know, normal PCU, Pride Collab, streams, content creation, because I have to find a way to get a job and income and stuff like that. And as fantastic as streaming is, to be perfectly blunt, like, it's not a main source of income for me right now. Like, I get a payout maybe, I don't know, once every like 4 months, I want to say, depending on how the month goes. But in most cases, it's pretty much been like I'm lucky to get that form of payout. No, I didn't even look to see. Okay, capture 5 more keeps, bet. So again, it came as a complete shock, and so as much as I would love, like, even with the extra streaming and stuff like that, as much as I would love the fact of streaming completely taking over as my main source of income, that's just not a reality right now, because of the fact of, like, again, I'm not even getting a payout until like random points of the year, and it's only like max $55, right? Like, again, I'm not trying to be a downer about this, I'm just trying to like explain everything going on, right? So as I have been sitting here trying to look for a new job, as pretty much anyone in America will tell you by this point that is actually paying attention and not acting under delusions and stuff like that, the actual answer is the job market is terrible right now. I was really hoping that if anything ever did happen with my job, it would be something that would last until like something that would turn into, if something happened, I at least had a better job market to go into. But unfortunately, the job market kind of seems like the worst it's ever been, and thus it's really been hard to try and find an additional job. Like, I think I've done like minimum 20 applications before, like 20 applications to jobs, like random jobs, and I haven't received any form of response, like no callback, no email, no anything. So it kind of sucks because, like, I am running out of money and all that stuff, but I have no way. Like, I'm fortunate that people have been helping me out, and I've been trying to get my foot out there and stuff like that, or like voice acting commissions and stuff like that, which, if anyone's interested, I do voice acting commissions. I don't charge a whole lot, so if you're interested, go to my Ko-Fi page and you get exact details, and I'll gladly work with you on voice acting stuff. But I've been kind of trying to do my best, right? And I've been kind of getting kicked in the teeth, and I really hope that, like, even with the job market sucking right now, that I would have been very lucky with, you know, I spent 8 years at my last job. I got a lot of experience and all this cool stuff, that maybe, just maybe, something cool would have come up pretty quickly. But nothing has come up yet. And I mean, anything could happen, right? Like, I could get, even with all this complaining now, I could get a call tomorrow and maybe like get a job set up and stuff like that. So I'm still hopeful, but it's just rough because of the fact that, you know, I was already, like, to be completely open and vulnerable and stuff like that, I was already struggling as it was before losing my job, because every, like, paycheck was essentially paycheck to paycheck and stuff like that. And, like, yeah, I've been able to get, like, frivolous things here and there, and I've even, you know, with the help of my community, I was able to get this Switch 2 and stuff like that. But, like, it's been something I've been sitting there, like, I'm still hopeful, but it's genuinely rough right now. Oh yeah, see, Darunia has the Goron mask. It's really silly. I think the weirdest part about losing my job, and I never really expected this to happen, because to be honest, I was burnt out at my job. Like, I was burnt out. I was really hoping that voice acting would kind of explode and be able to get me into that, along with streaming and stuff like that, which, again, really wishful thinking, but something I wish for regardless. And like, even when being burnt out, I still can say that I did enjoy my job. I liked my job and all that stuff. And the most shocking part of everything hasn't even been the fact that, like, I don't really know how to say this. Hasn't really been, like, the fact of, like, getting... Okay, let me back up. Let me rephrase. I was burnt out, and I did enjoy my job, but it was something that I wished I could, like... I guess I'm saying I didn't appreciate it enough. Because, like, it's kind of happened that I pretty much have been sitting here like, you know, looking for a new job and stuff like that. But the most shocking thing has been pretty much like the fact that I haven't, so I've been like recalling dreams and stuff like that a little bit more. Like I tend to not remember my dreams a whole lot, and it kind of makes me sit there like, you know, oh, I had this really cool dream, but I can't remember anything about it. But I've been getting dreams that I've been kind of paying attention a little bit more in, and pretty much one of the consistent dreams that I've been getting as a whole has been really weird to feel, and shocking, because like this never happened during my job. Like it always was something that, if anything, I dreamt something like negative about my job. But lately what's been happening ever since getting fired was random nights, like at least a couple times a week, I'll say, random nights I'll just get a dream that is essentially like me working at my job. And sometimes it'll like be a little bit of a fake out where it's like, oh, you're doing something random. Like I think the last one I had like was, oh, you're at like a school working or something, right? Like stuff like that. But I pretty much would be sitting there and like, again, it's a school, it's a random like store or stuff like that, right? And then all of a sudden I'll get into the job more, and all of a sudden it pretty much becomes my old job, like the job that I was at before getting let go. Like my coworkers would essentially come up. Along with that, like it becomes like, oh, I'm working in the system that I was working in before getting let go and stuff like that, right? Like it just like slowly devolves into my job, and I sit there like content because I'm like, okay, bet, I have a job, it's what I enjoy doing, and you know, stuff like that, right? Playing Hyrule Warriors on the Nintendo Switch 2? I sure am. So pretty much, like before I get back to what I was saying, Hyrule Warriors on the Nintendo Switch 2 pretty much runs at a consistent, flawless 60 FPS. Like it was intending to do that on the Switch 1, and most times it did, but when frame drops were prevalent, they were prevalent. And like it was a little rough to see sometimes, but very, very consistent 60 FPS on the Switch 2. Like I don't think once I've experienced, like I spent hours on the Switch 2 with this game, and I don't think I've received a single like frame drop. Uh-oh. Yeah, I think like, so pretty much again, I'll sit there like very content and stuff like that in the dream, being like, oh, I have a job, yay, everything's going good, I'm with my coworkers and all my cool people that I've known for years and stuff like that. And then something will randomly just wake me up, and then complete the first mission without losing 40% of my health bet. So I'll pretty much just kind of sit there and like have these dreams. Just like a stupid like Silent Hill 2 reference, like in my restless dreams I see that job. Anyway, so it does kind of get rough to kind of think about that, because it's just like, man, I had it good at my job, and maybe like I'm getting these dreams just because I miss the idea of having a job or like something, right? And like, it's so weird to try and explain, but getting these jobs, all like getting these dreams, I'll just kind of sit there again being like doing the job that I'm used to, and then all of a sudden I'll kind of just wake up and just be like, oh, I'm back in the real world and I'm still unemployed. Okay. So that's been rough, because again, like, I do need to try and get a job as soon as possible. I am fortunate that I have the money I have right now, but I do need to try and get a job as soon as possible and kind of start like getting things back up and running, right? And because like there's things like I miss being able to buy, like I had to cancel a lot of subscriptions, I had to do a lot of stuff that like stopped taking money out. What was that? I was hearing something outside that sounded weird. Anyway, so like hopefully I do get a job soon, because I miss like a lot of the stuff that I had to cancel. The biggest thing I miss is just getting random VTuber outfits. Like, I had so many ideas on like trying to get a cool VTuber outfit for random things, not even relating to like games I'm playing on the A through Z list or anything, but just random stuff that I had cool ideas for. And now I pretty much can't do any of that without money, which is very unfortunate. So like, again, that's kind of been at the forefront more than anything when it comes to like how June went for me. Because again, I was like on May 29th, like literally 2 days before June. Like, you know what, for this one, let's do Young Link. Try to get his levels up a little bit. Time is it as well? Okay. So like, what are you doing? Why is my arm doing that? What was I saying? Obviously something about job and stuff, like, oh yeah, the VTuber outfits, like, but I just need to get stuff set up in general. Like, and again, I've been really appreciative of all the people that have been helping me out. Because, like, again, there is stuff I miss. I miss, like, takeout food. Like, I really have been doing my best not to get random takeout, because that's literally, like, I don't know. Like, I tried to get one cheatsy little takeout meal on DoorDash or whatever, Uber Eats even, and like even on like both of them, I've been like really craving like Taco Bell and stuff like that, and like I sat there being like, you know what, I'll do one cheeky little meal and then I'll be good, like stuff like that. And then like it wasn't even that much. I literally just like, oh no, it wasn't even Taco Bell. It was for a place called, I don't know how like how it is around other like states, but there's a place that I like a lot called why am I not remembering it all of a sudden? I might have to pull up my phone real quick. It's a place called wow, I'm literally like losing it completely. Okay, give me a second. Well, you know, I'm not even gonna look. It's like this sub place. Firehouse Subs, that's what it's called. It just randomly popped back into my head. So they have really good subs and stuff like that, and like I literally just got like a big sub. Like they have like 12-inch like subs like Subway does and stuff like that. So I literally want to get one of those, a small bag of chips, and maybe a drink. I don't remember if I even tried to get a drink, but if I did get a drink, that was included too. And putting all that together, it was something like $65 or something like that for my area, which is like absolutely genuinely insane. First mission, 1,200 enemies bet. So immediately seeing the price at being close to $100 just for a big sub. Oh my god, he's messing me up. I don't well, I guess we'll see by the time. I don't know what this game considers 40. I feel like we've reached 40%. All right, before we start that, so yeah, seeing close to $100 order for the very little things I was getting. And like I've kind of realized that the delivery service shtick has been kind of garbage for a hot minute, like honestly. Like because it's essentially been like that for at least a year, where maybe even longer, where it's essentially just been, hey, I want to get XYZ food. I just want a cheeseburger combo and maybe some like potato toss or something, like as a side, I don't know. And it pretty much immediately turns into, okay, sure, that'll cost you $70, like stuff like that. But like, I mean, it definitely depends on the place and what you're ordering and stuff like that. Don't get me wrong. Like, I feel like that's always been the case for any place, but I don't know. I have a touch of the tism that makes me, I mean, I feel like that's not like a shocker to anyone whatsoever who pay attention to my streams, but regardless, it's something that kind of hurts my whole being able to kind of eat whatever I want kind of deal, because I'm very stingy and picky about random stuff, like, you know, I don't know, getting like God, even with like the fairy, they still have that like red aura that makes them very strong, so I gotta be careful. But yeah, I pretty much like very much have specific wants and needs when it comes to food that maybe most people don't care about, but I definitely do. So it definitely is rough when I'm just like, hey, I want to order food, and then it's, hey, here's $100 taken out of your paycheck, essentially. So I've been focusing on this random subject for like too long. The point is, like, I immediately canceled that order and just got like made something else or something like that day, and I haven't even like looked back to trying to order food and whatever. But like, it's stuff like that I miss when not having a job and things like that, right? Like, so it's just random stuff that I just miss, that technically I can do right now, but I choose not to because of the fact that I want to make sure that I'm supplied for random things. So like, you know, pretty much being blunt about it, not having a job sucks. And I've kind of been in a state of, honestly, I've kind of been in a state of like, I want to do content creation and stuff like that, but I've been kind of frozen a little bit when it comes to that. Because like, I don't know. I feel like I've been kind of drowning on this for a bit. I don't want to make this like too depressing of a stream, but it's something that I kind of want to be honest about a little bit, you know? So it's just like, I was about to say something and that just completely left my brain. Oh yeah, so I have been wanting to continue making content. Like, short form content isn't really come to my brain like it was in 2024, but anytime it does, I've been trying to like kind of hop on trends and stuff like that. But there's like this very ambitious idea I had that I was putting like full force into before getting laid off. Like, I'm not gonna say it just because I kind of want it to be a surprise still, but it's something that I was putting like so much extra work force into, like pretty much whenever I wasn't working. Sorry, I need a quick drink. Pretty much whenever I wasn't working, I was putting like resources into it, like a script, recording, all that fun stuff, right? But I pretty much haven't like touched that script since like the day before I got laid off, pretty much. So like, I want to get back into it. I'll probably try and force myself to get back into it. But it's just been a little rough to try and like think of content when it's like, oh my god, what do I do when it comes to a job? So yeah, that's been the rough part of June. I didn't intend to start with the rough stuff, but like, that just kind of happened. I started talking about my job and then kind of became just everything else that was going on. So fun stuff. So it also doesn't help that it's still hot in my room. I have my air conditioner set to 68, guess I'll have to like, sorry if audio gets weird, but I kind of have to change my air conditioner to like high. Kind of help out with that. Yeah, again, sorry for all the depressing talk. I know it's not really a lot of what you guys come to my streams for, so I do apologize, but I have to be a bit honest as to what's going on, because if I'm not, you know, I really don't want it to be the case of like I'll have to at any point give up streaming, but I don't like, I'm gonna say this like I'm not going anywhere, and I promise that, but if I at all have to break that promise, I have to be upfront as to the reasonings as to why that would happen, you know? So again, don't get me wrong, I'm not going anywhere, but I just have to be kind of honest, you know? So that's all the depressing stuff. There's not like, I'm gonna try to avoid that for the rest of the stream, but pretty much the next thing I guess I'll talk about is PCU. So for those who were unaware, I was very much a part of, so my buddy Ant Thunderfun, they well, technically it was 2 years ago, but last year was the year that I got involved, because the first year they were doing it, I kind of felt like I wasn't too involved. Like, I was doing content creation and stuff like that when they were doing it the first time, but I didn't feel big enough to try and like partake, so I didn't really partake because I was like worried that it'd become a thing of like, well, yeah, you're here, but you only have like X followers, so like you're not really gonna be like grade A material, and that's not really the mindset I should have really been in the first place. Like, they're very kind towards all creators, big or small, so like I shouldn't have been in that mindset, but my mindset was very like worried of being like, hey, I really would appreciate being in this, but I fear my size is like too little to even like help make it a relevant event and stuff like that, right? So I didn't do it the first year they did it, but I decided to go ahead and partake last year because I was very excited. Like, one, I was having my goal for 250 followers, I think. No, 200 followers. So I was having my goal, and I really, again, I said this before, but I want to say it again. Like, I don't join events like this for the sole fact of like trying to hit my goals and stuff like that. Like, I want to join it for genuine like fun stuff. So, but even then, I still had my goal, was very excited to try and hit that goal and all that stuff, and the potential of working with a lot of lovely creators and stuff like that sounded like an absolute blast for 2024. So I very much included myself. I signed up for it, was very much let in with open arms, and you know, the month went pretty wonderfully. The difference between this year and the year before was this year definitely felt a lot more organized compared to last year. I feel like the whole thing is that last year everyone just kind of was like, hey, you want to do this for event? And people were like, yes or no. But, and like, we still had that like this year, but there was also still like actual like events that were going on for each of the weeks in June. So like with it, it was pretty much like a showcase week where respective like community, like one week would be focusing on like it would be focusing on trans people, and one week would be focusing on like people of color and stuff like that, right? Like, so each week was a representation of a special kind of person in the LGBTQ plus. And so it was definitely like, oh, damn, I didn't even hit that. It was definitely like a thing of like definitely being included in the showcase stuff, which I didn't really get too much of an opportunity to be in like showcase stuff, mainly because a lot of them either didn't fit my time zone, or the other issue being like I felt like including myself in them wouldn't really be, I don't know how to word this. Pretty much I wanted to be included, but didn't necessarily fall under my like umbrella, pretty much, right? So I pretty much, oh god. So I didn't do an incredible amount of showcase stuff, but I did really want to still partake in events and stuff like that. And the main events I pretty much did was anyone who was doing like, I believe this one is a, yeah, okay, it's over here. I wish the Hyrule Warrior focus system was more, wait, what? Was more fair for the other characters. Sucks that my fairy is the only way to have infinite magic. Yeah, that'd be nice, but I don't have too much of an issue when it comes to how things will run in this game. I think the main issue I'm really going to have is I am trying slowly but surely to get to 100% in this game. But like, it's gonna take so long even after the adventure maps, because it's gonna be like, hey, you have to get all the characters to level 255 and stuff like that, and like that's definitely gonna take a long time. So I just really need to like kind of sit down and just be like, hey, I need to do as much research as possible, and to like, hey, how can I do a lot of grinding as a little time as possible? So back to the PCU. So even if there were events that I wanted to be a part of but didn't necessarily fall under my umbrella, so I didn't participate in them, there was still a good amount of events where I was just like, just gonna have a good time. And that being like, I don't know, that being, I pretty much was in a lot of Mario Kart 8 events, pretty much because of like, yeah, okay, we're getting close to the end of this map. I was in a lot of Mario Kart 8 events because like I really wanted to give like a true goodbye to Mario Kart 8, because like So I want to give like a proper send of Mario Kart 8 because like I kind of like missed out on all the DLC stuff pretty much. Because like Mario Kart isn't necessarily a game I'll play on my own a whole lot. I will, like I've been playing a whole lot of Mario Kart World. I want to play more of it even, but I haven't been like I don't put like a lot of focus into it unless I'm playing online with friends. And I didn't really get much, if any, opportunities to play Mario Kart 8. Like I think the main one I really had in the last year was like when one of the DLC packs was launching, and I was gonna join myself. I was gonna join Andy Bundy, Kirk the Orc, and Watermelon Orc in playing Mario Kart 8 to kind of like try out the new courses and have a lot of fun with friends and stuff like that. And I went to open the game at that point. And once I went to open the game, it was like, hey, you gotta update. I was like, okay, that shouldn't take that long. It's not that big of a game. And then it was like, hey, this update isn't gonna be done until 4 hours from now. I was like, that, hopefully that's just like a lie. And that it improves so that I could just play the game with my friends. But unfortunately, it pretty much was just like, no, it was actually gonna last that time. Okay, I'm not 40% yet, but I'm getting really worried I'm close. Yeah, I pretty much was just sitting there like really bummed out because like I really wanted to play with my friends. I didn't really get much of an opportunity because again, I tried to, and then it hit me with the you should have updated your game 5 head even though you didn't know that this was happening today kind of deal. So because of that, again, I really just wanted to send like a proper send off to Mario Kart 8 since June would be the release date for the Switch 2, which would lead to Mario Kart 8 like quote unquote kind of dying. Like I feel like it's still gonna have like a lot of player base and stuff like that, but it was like, to me and a lot of other friends, it was essentially like going to be gone because of focusing on the Switch 2 with Mario Kart World and stuff like that, right? So pretty much a lot of people were being like, hey, I'm doing this Mario Kart 8 event because it'll be super fun to play Mario Kart with friends for PCU. And pretty much a lot of people had that same sentiment, so a lot of people like did Mario Kart 8 collabs, and that's why like pretty much like every collab that I was doing almost was Mario Kart 8. Like pretty much most of the collab streams was just playing Mario Kart 8. So it was super fun to be involved in that because again, I wanted that send off to Mario Kart 8 to kind of say goodbye to it before all my friends started focusing on Mario Kart World, because I at least wanted to play all the DLC tracks, or at least most of them, like find that opportunity and stuff like that, because like I know for a fact that, you know, my best friend Watermelon Orc, he's not going to touch the game again after like World was in his hands. Most of my other friends either won't touch the game or would be moving on to Mario Kart World, like all that stuff, right? So it became a thing of I need to make sure that I could play it, and I had a lot of fun playing it. I had a lot of fun playing the tracks I was missing out on, I kind of forgot that a good amount of the tracks that were added was added because of Mario Kart Tours shutdown on mobile and allowing like them to add the maps to Mario Kart 8 so that they're not just like lost media and stuff like that. So that was fun to experience. I like a lot of the maps. And like I kind of like did so for the closing ceremony. I definitely recommend people go and check out the closing ceremony. It's on Ant Thunderfun's channel. If you just look at the VODs, it's the one from last night that was like almost 4 hours long. And I pretty much was just like, sorry, I started saying the wrong thing. So okay, even though I'll probably get everything all situated, why don't I make sure that no one dies? So for the closing ceremony, what they wanted people of the PCU to do was set up a Kudo board. So if you're not familiar with what a Kudo board is, it's pretty much a website that allows you to set up things for like special celebrations, birthday stuff, and like all that fun stuff where you essentially get to write or record your very own message to either, again, because of potential birthday, one particular person or a whole group of people, whatever. And I was the first one to kind of be like, you know what? I kind of have a lot of stuff to say now. I'm just going to record my Kudo board now before like kind of anyone else, because it was like, hey, they just announced it and I want to have fun with it. So pretty much the main thing that I had recorded for the Kudo board was basically like, hey, like, wow, I'm being like so like generic about this. So for the Kudo board, I went ahead and recorded, and the main thing I recorded was like the fact that it's so interesting to kind of be able to pop into an event like this. And at first, like, a lot of it is people interacting for the first time. Either it's their first PCU, first collabs in general, or like first a lot of things, or they've been doing it for a long time, either or. But it's so interesting that pretty much every single collab that I could really pop into was pretty much everyone easily being able to kind of sit down, and even if none of us in the room have spoken to each other at all outside of like maybe text in the PCU Discord chat, it was very interesting how even with those circumstances, in most cases, it's pretty much been like everyone has just been able to kind of pop into each other. That sounds weird. Pop in with each other and be able to just kind of interact with each other like as if we've been together for like the exact quote that I had used was like, it's interesting popping in like we're all friends from like high school and stuff like that, right? Like we've known each other since high school, and just continuing our casual conversations is pretty much like how it's felt. And that was like the most interesting part of it, because it's like, hey, I don't really get to interact like with a whole lot of new people. Like I pretty much mainly have like the main 5 people that I interact with on a daily basis, and I don't mind that whatsoever. I love the people in my life and stuff like that, but it's just like I don't get much of an opportunity to be able to kind of sit down with people and just be able to interact with each other, especially ones that I've never met before in my entire life. So it's been super interesting to kind of have that experience. I was kind of like having that experience a bit with PCU2024, but there was something about this year that was just like, there was a lot of stuff going on that just everyone was able to just kind of vibe with each other, and that was like super special and super cool to experience, because again, I just don't get that experience a whole lot. So to experience that was just kind of magical, because it's super fun to, like, I like meeting new people. Like, I get social anxiety and stuff like that, but I do genuinely enjoy meeting new people. Group ended early. Oh yeah, it's Monday. So getting some lunch and go chill here for a bit. I appreciate that. Welcome in, Alicia. Pretty much just talking about like the Pride collabs I was doing throughout the month of June. June kind of being an month in general because of the job loss and stuff like that, and kind of explain feelings towards that stuff and like stuff like that. So I was talking about like with specifically this group of people that we all got together for the PCU. It's been super interesting because of the fact of like, the exact quote again I use is like, it's the fact that we've never met, most of us have never met, but then we've all been able to just kind of vibe in a Discord together, playing a random video game and acting as if like we've been together for like since high school, like old high school friends and stuff like that kind of mindset. So yeah, I was saying like it's really fun to meet new people because I like meeting new people, even if meeting new peeps is sometimes a gamble, but there's a lot of cool friends you get to meet. Exactly. And that's pretty much like the mindset that I'm like getting in. Like, even if I have social anxiety and stuff like that, I still do genuinely enjoy meeting new people. Even if I don't know 100% if meeting a new person is going to be like great or not, that's kind of relevant a little bit, because especially in like a group setting like that, a lot of it is going to be that most cases everyone's there to have a good time, so they're not going to ruffle any feathers or try not to ruffle any feathers and stuff like that. Apologies, need to hydrate. So it's just been super fun to like go with all these cool people and playing Mario Kart or playing Among Us or playing like just playing games in general. And again, it just acting like we've been friends for years and stuff like that. I pretty much like, there's like a couple things that I had like such a fun time doing. Like I said, the main events I really was doing in PCU was Mario Kart, but I think the stuff that I was very excited about I was very, very much excited to do the opening ceremony for the PCU. When I wasn't like in like the main host or anything like that, I thought about it, but I was like, you know what? Maybe I'll leave that job to people who are more like qualified and stuff like that. And the opening ceremony did turn out very fun in terms of like the commentators and stuff like that. So I'm glad that I kind of took a step back on that one and just decided to play the main like event game, which was a friendly little Marvel Rivals tournament. I didn't stream it because it would have been a little awkward to stream, especially it being a 2 a.m. event. So it definitely was a event that I was excited for because I like playing Marvel Rivals, but I was also just like, I don't know how to explain it. I kind of thought I was under the somewhat impression that it was like gonna be a thing where I was just kind of vibing with a specific team, but then as the event was going, they were like, oh yeah, no, we're to kind of keep things fair for everyone, especially to those that don't play the game, we kind of want to just randomize the teams for each game. And I'm like, okay, bet. So it was super fun, like a bit of a humble brag, right? Where I happened to be a part of every winning team in Marvel Rivals, and it was super fun to kind of consistently through the month get a ton of compliments about how I play Emma Frost, because like a lot of people complimented the idea that that was the main reason that I was a lot of us were able to win the games, was because how I was doing Emma Frost, to the point that even by the end of the competition, like a lot of people were specifically targeting me so that they may be able to get me and maybe not lose, and that was super funny too, like all that stuff. I think we're just about to be. That's over 40, isn't it? No. Sorry, it just got really annoying having all the people there at once. But anyway, yeah, it was like super funny to like be complimented like that, when I definitely like don't try to play Marvel Rivals or really any game like that competitively, because like I just like playing the game more than anything. But getting all the compliments and stuff like that was definitely super funny, especially with like I think the main funny joke that was going on was like at one point people talking about their ranks in game and stuff like that and being like, oh, it says I'm this high rank, I should be a little higher, or oh, it says this rank, I should definitely be lower because I haven't played in like 4 months or whatever, like funny stuff like that, right? And then I'm sitting there at like the lowest possible ranking because I don't play online ranked, so I'm just like, I am this rank, but I definitely should be higher because I don't play or like ranked. And everyone was like, you know, she's so valid for that, and that was funny. But it pretty much was like a fun time to kind of experience and just kind of get in the general vibes of everyone, because that was pretty much outside of the Discord chat, like everyone's essential exposure to each other before like the actual PCU events and stuff like that. Okay, maybe if there's at least just 2 bosses, it'll be a better time. Yeah, it was super fun to kind of get the vibes that we would be experiencing throughout the month, and it definitely was a good time because again, it was like meeting all these people for the first time, or seeing people I haven't really talked to since last PCU and stuff like that, and like just enjoying each other's company. I think the Among Us event that V hosted was very, very fun because I kind of like, I still like playing Among Us, like, because at one point I really was very good at this is gonna sound really weird. I really was very good at lying, and every time I would play Among Us at one point, I essentially was winning as imposter because people just couldn't tell my bluff or anything like that. But that definitely wasn't the case this year. I definitely was having a lot of issues with trying to be the imposter. Knew it, you silver tongue witch. Yeah, exactly. But it pretty much was just like every time I was the imposter probably like 3 times in that whole event, and the entire time I really sat there and like kept making dumb mistake after dumb mistake. So I didn't really get the opportunity to be a good liar this year, but that's fine because there was a lot of like fun chaotic energy, like the whole like vibes where people were just acting like Phoenix Wright case essentially and stuff. What? Oh, when did they capture 6? Oh, this mission sucks. Oh, what time is it? Okay, it's 7:30. So before we try this mission again, I'm gonna go ahead and before we talk about more PCU, more Hyrule Warriors, this is a part of the stream where I go ahead and put my beautiful baby bird to bed. So have a good night, Alaska. So this is the part of the stream that I go ahead and put my little beautiful baby bird to bed. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I implore everyone to go ahead and stand, stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack, use the bathroom, do all the above if you so choose. I'm gonna go ahead and do some of those things myself, and I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. So see you in a few. Back already. Let's hop back into it. Maybe we'll do good on this one. I don't know. I kind of want to focus a little bit on this one before going right back to talking, so. I mean, maybe I could just like kind of ignore or maybe I could just go into like boss link or PCU2025 link. Still probably my favorite, like, magic thing throughout the entire game, pretty much. It's like, it's just so cool that they wholeheartedly adapted the Fierce Deity Link into its own presence, and like it being as powerful as it is, like just like the like Majora's Mask. Damn it. Ah, they do so much. It's kind of interesting how much, like, randomly things will just do so much damage. And, like, they do have a specific... Okay, I need to go... Rizzo is low health, so I don't have to focus on him for the moment, so I could just like why are there two keep bosses, huh? I have to go after a yellow keep like now. Just give myself more time. All right, there we go. All right, there we go. We got the 6 at least, so like... Okay, I was gonna say, I really hope me getting to 40% health lost, even though I already beat the first objective, I would have been so mad. But luckily, that didn't count that way. All right, let's go make sure Wizro isn't doing anything annoying. To the allied keep. But I mean, he had like 4 HP when I left him, so I kind of feel like a troop probably, yeah, this is probably his body. Yeah, even like, so going back to the PCU talk, like even like the small events that like only had like a couple people, it was still super fun to kind of experience that. Like, there was definitely like, you know, I'll bring up the Golf with Your Friends event, the last one, like the final collab I did before PCO's end and stuff like that, where it was really, it was originally supposed to be like 5 or 6 people, but then pretty much multiple people had to dip out for their own separate reasonings, which of course perfectly fine. If you got stuff going on, I would like, no one should be rude at the fact that something like that would be happening, right? So originally it was supposed to have that amount, but then because of those dropouts, it really was me, Jack, and Kit only doing Golf with Your Friends. And would like having the rest of the crew probably be a more fun experience? Of course, because like that's something that generally happens, that like you have stuff that has more people, it's obviously going to be more fun. But even then, like having just myself, Jack, and Kit just kind of vibing, talking about random stuff, when especially when it comes to like, you know, just random things going on in like the state of the world and stuff like that, that they're experiencing and stuff like that, was just such a fun time to experience. Like at no point did anything feel off about just us 3 being in the vent compared to like the 5 or 6 that was supposed to be in there originally. So that was a super fun time. Like again, even if it's only like 2 or 3 people, like, and even like that wasn't even the only event that I experienced that people had to drop out, or just things happen that they completely forgot to respond and stuff like that, that turned into just the hell. Oh great, a fireworks happening already. Anyway, but like one of the Mario Kart collabs was supposed to have myself, supposed to have me, I forget which one that was with. I feel bad. I forget their name, but it was me, one other person, and like 2 other people, and one of them had to dip out, and the other one completely, like, I think their excuse was that, not excuse, I don't like using that word, but their reasoning was like they completely forgot to set their alarm properly and didn't notice the event was happening until after we ended it, pretty much. So it just became me and that one other person that, again, I feel so bad that I forget their name, but it was just me and them, and we just sat there and played Mario Kart. Like, we just sat there, vibed, and enjoyed each other's company for that couple hours, and that was it, right? So it was all such a unique experience because, especially because last year we had like a few events that I kind of unintentionally became a stickler about because I didn't fully enjoy how they were being presented. And in that meaning is like there was a couple events that could have easily had like a proper amount of people, like, I don't know, like as little as 4, maximum like 12 or whatever. And I keep hearing noises outside, weird. But it was kind of deemed like, as they were being set up, like randomly they were like, you know what, we're not getting enough interest in this event, so instead of continuing it, we're just gonna cancel it, so goodbye. And that was like pretty much it. Like, no one really getting a option or opinion or anything. It was like, all right, well, you signed up for it, set it on your calendar, and did all this like prep for it, and then now we're gonna cancel it pretty much without notice. And that, at least to any events I was in, that really didn't happen. Like, and I really appreciated that. Like, I was still like anxious because, again, like one-on-one type of stuff going on is like really scary for me because of like social stuff. But even then I was just like, oh wait, I almost played the ocarina, and that would have been a huge waste of my magic. Yeah, I pretty much sat there like, even if one-on-one stuff going on is scary because of social anxiety and stuff like that, I still really appreciate it because I took the time to kind of prep myself to be ready for these events and stuff like that. And maybe even would have made like special VTuber outfits if, again, you know, I had the job and money and stuff like that to support them. But even without that, like, it was still like something that I truly did sit there and appreciate the fact that, hey, we only have like 2 people for this event, for this like 8-person like game like Mario Kart or whatever, but we're still just gonna wing it and continue it. Fuck it, why not, right? And I was like, oh, thank you, because it takes so much mental, like, whatever, I don't even know how to properly word it, but it takes so much mental fortitude to even like get ready for these events and stuff like that for me, that hearing like, instead of since there's like no one showing up outside of you and me, let's just cancel the event, it's no one else showing up, all right, well, I guess it's a one-on-one event, let's go. And then like, that's it, right? Is so much better. So I definitely really appreciate anyone who is hosting events, and instead of just copping out and just being like, and like, okay, I'm complaining about this, but don't get me wrong. If it absolutely has to come to it to be like, hey, we're just gonna cancel the event because of XYZ reason, I'm gonna be annoyed, but like, okay, do what you gotta do, like that type of thing. But there's ways to do it that I appreciate, and there's ways that I don't appreciate. That kind of thing, right? And like that was kind of a lot of what I was dealing with last year, was having events be kind of canceled out of the blue and not really having a proper way to like do anything, right? Like no way to voice being like, hey, maybe we could still do it, maybe we could blah blah. It was just like, well, it's done and done, that's it. So that was really appreciative. So like, again, even if like, hell, even like a couple of the events, like the hosts themselves were dropping out for their own reasons, like as people had probably seen, like V was the one that was going to host Golf with Your Friends, but unfortunately for her own reasons, she had to they had to, sorry, I get kind of wrapped up, they had to dip out and stuff like that. So like it was just like this thing of like, well, it could have easily been something, been like, you know what, well, because of the fact they had to dip out, now just the event's not happening and stuff like that. But that was, oh well, instead of, you know, canceling it, they were just like, hey, Jack's gonna host and that'll be that. And then we still did it. It was only just us three, but again, it was like a super fun time. And appreciate the fact that we still got to experience the event over just giving up on it. Especially, like, I would have been really bummed out if the Golf with Your Friends was canceled because of the fact that, like, that it felt special because of the fact that it was like my final PCU event and stuff like that, right? It obviously, that's going to sound a little bit selfish, but I'm just like, you know, sorry. Ah, damn, it feels like I'm getting no kills here. Anyway. But I still would have been bummed out if that event got canceled because of people needing to dip out and stuff like that. But I really do appreciate that it still went on, that I was able to have a proper like stream of being able to experience my final PCU event with some lovely individuals without it just being a blanket like, well, I guess Phasmophobia was my last PCU event, so talk to you later, I guess. Like that would have sucked. So in the sense of like, I mean that in the sense of like, I don't mean, God, I hate when I do this to my brain. Everything was fun. Like, I don't want to say like one thing was more fun than the other. Everything was fun in their own way. And Phasmo was fun. It's just that what my brain is saying, like, it would have been kind of unfortunate if I set everything up, got mentally prepared for, hey, let's do Golf with Your Friends, and then it getting canceled for any reason. So that's what I'm saying. So just doing a random Discord message in my Discord, which in my Twitch chat, exclamation point Discord, if you want to go ahead and join into my Discord. But like, typing in my Discord, hey, I said that my final PCU event was golf, Turns out it was actually this past Thursday with Phasmo, so bye. Like, I don't like doing stuff like that. Like, I hate having to cancel plans. Like, obviously, because, you know, being on the spectrum and stuff like that, there is a part of me with my like brain issues that I'm like, oh, canceling plans? Fuck yeah, perfect. I get to just sit and rot all day. But kind of the reality is that I don't like canceling any plans because I prefer to just experience them. Even if sometimes my brain is like, maybe it would be nice to kind of get it done and be done, but why? How is Sia in danger? Where is she? Where's the allied base? I'm gonna assume it's the top right one. No. Okay. She left. Okay. Link and Zelda, you both vibe at the Allied base. Young Link will literally do everything else. I should have done that in the first place, but I was like, you know, I think it'll be fine. In fact, it was not fine. Yeah, I really appreciate that, even if, like, may have been a little bit awkward at times doing just one-on-one events, it still was a super fun time instead of just a blanket, like, all right, well, like, half the people had to dip out for their own reasons, so instead of just continuing this fun game that could easily have 2 people or 3 people or whatever, we're just gonna cancel and then bye. Like, we still did everything we can to, like, do the event and make it a fun time and all that fun stuff. So that was definitely a good time. Phasmo with Jack was a super fun time. Originally, like, there was a event going on for the respective week. I believe the last week was Disability Week, something like that. And there was a whole panel going on with, like, stuff like that, where it was essentially going to be, oh, it happened, it's on the internet, so I guess I could say it. It was essentially like a panel that was gonna have, like, not was, I keep saying it as if it didn't happen. It did, it's just I wasn't included. But it essentially was this panel that was going to talk about, like, disabilities in video games, like what's the hard stuff to live with when you have disabilities, whether it be physical or mental, and, like, all that experience, right? And it was essentially going to be people giving their own experiences, giving their own fun stuff, own sad stuff, all that stuff, right? But I got a message one day basically saying, like, hey, like, sorry, but there's not really going to be a way to include you in the panel because we have so much interest and all that stuff. So, but I don't want to, like, Jack essentially was just like, I don't want to, like, leave you out. Like, obviously you're just as important as everyone else who is going to be on the panel, so I want to work out a plan. So for this week, it was the stream time that was set, Thursday 4 p.m. we can do a random game. Like, I have all these consoles, we could do something on there, fun games, like, whatever games, just let me know your opinions. I was like, okay, bet. And again, I'm not upset at all at the fact that I had to be left out of that panel. It would have been fun to be on that panel, but I completely understand that, like, there was so much interest as it was for that event that it was hard to, like, loop me in as well. So, and I doubt that I was the only one that was told no. Like, and even if I was, like, it's fine. I'm not gonna be a stickler about it. I'm not gonna be upset. Like, I get it. That's pretty much what I'm getting at, right? So that came to be, and like I kind of threw out being like, oh, you know, we could do Phasmo, we could do like, I don't know, like 2-player repo or something like that, right? Like stuff like that. And he was like, okay, you know what? Phasmo does sound like a good time. Let's plan on that. I was like, okay, awesome. And that was before I even realized, like, I don't know how much the update like was fully advertised that it was coming out the Monday before, but that's essentially what happened, where it became, hey, the brand new update with the sound recording, the videos, the reworked farmhouse map, like all that stuff, like all that was going to be the Monday before, and you know, patches and stuff like that. So unintentionally, me doing a kind of throwaway like comment of a random game became the best case scenario, because we were able to both experience the new update because of like the way events turned out, pretty much. Sorry, I had to respond to a message real quick. What else? What else? I guess one thing like that I could really like say is like, oh, give me 1 second. All right, sorry about that. Didn't I? They must have captured this keep again. I could have sworn I got this one this rotation. Yeah, I did, because the fairy didn't drop, so they just caught it again. Interesting. Yeah, I think one of the things that I truly do appreciate, like, the most is, like, how much of a good job all the hosts were doing this year. Like, but like, I know for a fact that things didn't run perfectly. Like, obviously no event is going to run perfectly. There's going to be tech issues, there's going to be potential issues with people and stuff like that, which I don't know anything of those details, but I'm assuming that stuff did happen. And like, everyone kind of doing an insanely good job with making sure that that wasn't present at all, as much as possible in like the Discord or actual events and stuff like that. Like, everyone did as good as they can to ensure that things ran as smoothly as possible. And so I really do appreciate all the people who were doing their best to make sure that the Discord, like I said this exactly for the Kudo board that I did, but essentially, like, I really do appreciate all the hosts doing their best and making sure that, like, even though, again, I guarantee things weren't perfect, trying to make it as perfect as possible and keep vibes up and a good note and stuff like that. And like all that stuff. So I really do appreciate that everyone kind of just did as good as they could to ensure like nothing bad was going on. Pretty much everyone pretty much did a very, very good job. Was this one that once I beat Ganondorf? Probably, because it's this specific map. Normally when it's the map of like the Ganonified like final map from the story, normally when that's the map, generally that means that Ganon is gonna pop up either before Ganondorf is beaten or just as a random thing. So if I remember right, oh no, never mind. All right, one of these does have Ganon. A couple of the ones on this map actually have Ganon, but hopefully it's not the last Skulltula that we need, because I don't really want to deal with that. Yeah, I'm just glad that like as much stuff went well as it could. Like, oh wait, that was the last one. Okay, I thought we had one more. Oh, that's such a good art. That's really good. Also, is that Sia? Huh. Interesting use. I was curious because it kept showing like Skull Kid with like smooth legs. I was like, wait a minute, that's weird. Skull Kid don't have those. He don't have those thick dommy mommy legs. I didn't even think of the fact that it was somebody else, but no, that's just Sia. All right. Found all secret elements on the Termina map. Perfect. And that's it for Termina. So next, oh no, Koholint Island is next. Okay. The Windfish slumbers in its egg on a Koholint Island map, trapped in the throes of a nightmare. The nightmare will stand in your way as you seek those responsible. Dispel it to wake the Windfish. When the nightmare looms, use the instruments of the siren's items on the search screen to dispel it, clearing the way for you to move forward. The egg counter at the bottom of the screen will increase by 1 every time you use an instrument of the sirens. By using all 8 instruments, you'll be able to wake the Windfish, fleeing it from its nightmares and driving them away for good. Track down all 8 instruments and awaken the Windfish from its slumber, then seek out the ruler of nightmares lurking somewhere on the map and defeat him once and for all. Welcome in, Ilya. Hope you're having a lovely night, hon. Okay, so this seems like it'll be like a decent size map, but like not too crazy. So cool, cool. Oh, there's no A rank, there's no anything, so why don't we just use normal ink here? I just woke up like 4 minutes before work. Fun! Seems like a super easy quest. Just start up, beat the bad guys, and boom. I'll leave those guys for young Link and then kill the 2 up here. I probably won't get too far in this map. I'll probably just do like a few. 'Cause I think I kind of like... Oh, I guess I could talk about June in general a little bit more. So I originally talked about, you know, the fact that I lost my job at the beginning, like end of May, early June, like pretty much. So like pretty much that was at the forefront of everything more than anything. But then I talked about the PCU and all the awesome experiences I had throughout the month of June with Pride collabs and stuff like that. That was super awesome to be able to experience, because that was like such an awesome and interesting like distraction from everything going on. What else happened in June? Obviously outside of the world setting itself on fire. I think it is interesting that like... Ooh, Battle is Marin. All right. Finally got that character. And we immediately get to experience playing as her. Yay! Where is she? There. Oh, she's so pretty! This is my first time seeing her really in game. She's so pretty. Oh my god. We'll upgrade her as much as we physically can. Because as nice as it would be to just be like, okay, well, we have her, we can play as her, but she's level 1, so she sucks. So now we just have to play as Link or something. I'm actually gonna like dump a bunch of stuff into her because I definitely want to like experience her moveset and stuff. Can I fully upgrade her, or are we gonna... Nope, we're all good. Fully upgrade the badges. So she gets all that and a good experience. I kind of wish, like... Hell, maybe if they do a form of Switch 2 update for this game, it would be kind of nice to allow for being able to upgrade multiple things at once. I think I've been kind of spoiled because of Fantasy Life because of that. Because like Fantasy Life will specifically like allow you to I don't want to go too nuts because I definitely want to keep some materials. And I think, yeah, all right, that's fine. But Fantasy Life will allow you to be like, hey, you can go ahead and like choose multiple paths and upgrade at once, sort of deal, instead of just like, all right, well, let's do it one by one and it's annoying every time. It's, you actually like get a good experience here there for upgrading multiple things at once. So hopefully if a Switch 2 version of this happens in some capacity, that'll be nice to experience. Never played this. It is a wonderful game. I have spent so many hours on the Wii U version. I have spent so many hours on the she's so beautiful. Oh my god. I spent so many hours on the 3DS version, all of which trying to essentially 100% this game, and then because they haven't made anything past the Switch, I've been able to just kind of get as far as I ever have in this game. Ooh, she's gonna be fun. I know that. Oh my god, a part of her ability is actually sending the windfish? Holy shit. Hey, there's a magic thing. Why didn't I get magic? Yeah, it's fine. Find and defeat the... Oh, okay. There we go. Did I unintentionally find the good one? Oh, I did. Oh, damn, I didn't get to see her X ability. Okay, maybe next time. I kind of like got so engrossed in her moveset that I was just like, oh, she's so pretty. Oh my god. That was beautiful. I can't wait to play as more of that character. Again, that was genuinely my first time ever playing this, because everything that, like, I adore her. I know, right? She's beautiful. I could go this way or this way. Well, that is immediately going into one of the instruments we need. So, you know what? Let's go this route. Of course, Impa. And just in case this gets annoying, let's bring Young Link. I kind of want to keep playing as Marin. Defeat all giant bosses 10 minutes. This might be a young Link type fight. Yeah, even like with all the time I spent in the 3DS version, because I'm pretty sure that's where she originated. Like, not her original like debut, obviously that's Link's Awakening, but what I mean is like, ooh, almost. What I mean is like her entrance into this game, and like because in I'm trying to remember the Wii U version, because the Wii U version originally had DLC. That's kind of the whole thing, was that it had DLC. Yo, that's so dope. Anyway, the original like Hyrule Warriors on Wii U had DLC, but I'm pretty sure the DLC was just specifically the original Wii U version just had Wind Waker and like maybe the oh, it was like Wind Waker, Majora's Mask, and like one other thing. I don't think Marin or well, no, the Link Between Worlds stuff didn't happen until after Hyrule Warriors came out. So I'm pretty sure that stuff like was just a 3DS thing. So I never got that far in the 3DS version. I pretty much like tried my best to get through the original map on 3DS, and by the time I was probably like halfway through, it's like, all right, by the way, Switch version happening. Buy the game again. It's like, well, of course I'm gonna do that. I like giving this game money. So did she just throw a giant fish? She threw the wind fish from Link's Awakening at that guy, so kind of both. Yeah, I guess I could go ahead and talk about the goal again. I talked about the goal, but oh, her X attack, I can see that now. Did she just slam him with the windfish? She sure did. I love how most of her moveset is just centered around the windfish. That's so good, actually. So yeah, so for June, I mean, I haven't made a secret. I say it all the time. The pretty much main goal that I really had was for Twitch, and that being hitting 350 followers by the end of the year. Like, I pretty much wanted to do my best in accordance to kind of similar to last year's goal. So last year I was very ambitious, where I wanted to go from like, because it took a very long time, like a couple years for me to even get to 50 followers that I need. Well, it did take a couple years for 50 followers, but it pretty much like the first year I did this, I got 50 followers because of the help of friends and whatever. And then after that, it was like a huge stalemate of sorts. Use the instruments on the siren on map squares where the nightmare looms to spell it, allowing you to move forward. Using an instrument of the sirens also causes siren power to take effect across the entire map. Siren power provides advantages. There are 8 instruments in total. Each one has a unique siren power. Use the instruments wisely. Give yourself an advantage in battle. The siren power will last for a limited amount of time. Oh, okay. One siren power cannot override another, and you only have one active at a time. Once you activate a siren power, you need to wait for it to wear off naturally. Be sure to plan ahead. However, the instrument of siren's true power still seems to be locked away. Could it be linked some way to awakening the windfish? Yes. So anyway, I hit 50, and then I kind of like got stuck after that a little bit. So I got really, really ambitious for last year, that I was like, you know what? I really want to hit $150 by no, it was 200. I want to hit 200 by the end of 2024. Even though it took like so long to even get the possibility of 100 followers, which I was able to hit in 2023, I was very ambitious, being like, you know, it took 3 years or whatever to hit to hit a sole 100 followers. But I think if I work hard enough in a whole year, we're gonna get 100, another 100 for 200. So that was a goal for 24. I was very fortunate that by June we were able to hit that goal, where I was just like astonished. Like it had a lot of help through like last year's PCU and stuff like that. So I definitely wanted to follow that same vein, where I was like, you know what, I think by the end of 2025 we could hit 350. And I am genuinely shocked at how quickly things came to be. So again, I kind of talked about this like on one of the randomizer days, but I'll just kind of like reiterate a bunch of stuff, since probably a lot of people weren't there for that. I'm glad that you were able to hit them. I really appreciate that, Ilya. I in 2024 again, I wanted 250. No, sorry, 200. And then by the time June happened, we hit 200. I was like, you know what? Funny moment. Let's get a 250 by end of the year now. 3 months later, we hit 250. I'm like still astonished in that and stuff like that. So again, I really want to be ambitious and be like, you know what? I think 350 is possible, because I think we ended 2024 off with 280 something. Like we were really close. Like, and of course, like I did joke after hitting 250, being like, haha, third goal of the year. What if we hit if we hit 300 by the end of the year? Unfortunately, I didn't get that one, but I was like, I literally gained like almost 150 people followed in 1 year. I cannot be upset whatsoever. So I think I was at like 280 something by the time, or like even lower than that, probably like 270, maybe 260. I don't remember the exact numbers off the top of my head, but it was very like not close to 350. Yeah, it's pretty high. I know, right? So like I was just like, you know what, let's be ambitious again, let's get 350. I think we could do it. And oh god, I forgot those sculptures on this map. Or like this specific square, I should say. Oh, she's so cute. She's like, oh, it was pretty cool out there, right? Oh my god. Anyway, so I was like, ambitious, but I thought, you know what? Let's try to do it. Let's do what we can. So I grinded and grinded, and you know, not to bring a mood down, but I am very like open about the fact that I have like memory issues and stuff like that, it pretty much stemmed from in 22, I think it was, getting COVID. And because of getting COVID, that had like, you know, long-lasting effects and stuff like that. Even, and thankfully I'm vaccinated, so like it was something that would have turned out much worse for me if I wasn't vaccinated, but thankfully I was when I got it. And sorry, here affect you. Yeah, it is what it is. Like, it sucks, but there's only so much I could do about it, right? So I mean, maybe there's like, whenever I could get insurance again and stuff, maybe I could go to a medical professional, maybe see if there's any way to kind of enhance my memory and stuff like that. But that is a way down the line thing, not really something that I'm able to really put too much focus in right now. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because I was completely under the impression that I had hit 300 followers by, I want to say, it felt like February, right? Like either like early February or January was when I hit 300. That's what it felt like. So, you know, I have a Discord, my own personal Discord, that, you know, lovely members of my community are able to join. If you're in the Twitch chat, !Discord, you're able to see the Twitch Discord link and be able to join from there if you so choose. But regardless, if you I generally, like, when hitting goals and stuff like that, personally, I haven't been saying goals. I just do my thing and surprise when things happen. Yeah, it's just kind of stuff that like keeps me consistent, honestly, like, because of the fact of like I kind of get into weird stuff, like even getting into weird stuff, it allows me to like keep consistency, because before I was setting goals, I'll be honest, I was kind of being a bit inconsistent with content and just streaming and stuff like that, that like caused issues and stuff like that, right? So even if it seems arbitrary, make a post about it. Yeah, exactly. I get that for sure. And like, it's a way to kind of keep me accountable on stuff like that. So it allows me to do all that. So that's why I keep the goals going and stuff like that. Before I continue with what I was saying, Claire, I see you redeemed change costume. If you look below the stream, you'll see a bunch of options to change my costume into something else. So whatever you deem fit, go ahead and do it. I definitely got to update that list because I have a bunch more outfits that I could like do out of choice. But for now, until I do that, there's still a good amount of options that are there. So below the stream, take your pick, and then curious what Android is? Okay, give me a minute. Once I beat this level, I will change to Android. And of course, it's going to just be a finish the level. He also had to summon a boss. Cool. So yeah, what I was saying, like, the reason that I had brought up the memory thing was because of the fact that I had genuinely thought that January, February was when we had 300. I thought that we were very close to it by the end of December 24. And I was like, bet. And I had thought that we had hit 350, not 350, 300 pretty early on. And so when it had occurred, like, so in my Discord, again, if you want to join that Discord in Twitch chat, !Discord, just put that in the chat. It'll give you the Discord link and you can join in. But generally, I will do a post in my Discord, kind of like talking about the goals that we hit, being excited for them, excited for what's next, like stuff like that, right? So I was having the memory issue, being like, okay, bet, when exactly did we hit 300 in February or January? I want to make sure so that when I'm posting, my information is like accurate, right? And so I scrolled down my Blue Sky, because I also make Blue Sky posts about it and stuff too. I scrolled down my Blue Sky like to around like March. I kept scrolling and scrolling, and I wasn't finding anything about 300, but I was finding like posts about, like, and then I found my random post being like, hey, thanks for like it was like March or whatever, being like, hey, thanks for 269. Who wants to be 270? Like that type of post being in. I was like, huh? What do you mean? What do you mean I was only in 270 at March? And I kept scrolling up, and the beginning of April was like, okay, thank you so much for 280 or whatever, like stuff like that. And it kept like raising and raising. And then by April 30th was my post about being like, thank you guys so much for 300 followers. I genuinely appreciate that. Blah, 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 right? All right, actually, before we continue, let me get set up for Android, because it has been a hot minute since I used that one. Uh-oh. VC freeze crash? Nope, nope, there it is. Why is my mouth still open? That shouldn't be happening. Oh, that's probably why. I don't know why my mouth is staying consistently open. It should not be doing that. Maybe if I do this. Beep, 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 beep. That better? That. Why is it still going through VC face? That's very weird. Because, okay, so for the hand tracking, I have through different program, like that connect to VC face and acts as its own thing. The model that's in there is not moving its mouth whatsoever, so I shouldn't be moving my mouth, but for some reason it is, and it's very weird. Because the mouth should not be moving at all. All right, well, I have no idea what's happening, so I guess you'll get the weird mouth thing. I could try restarting it, yeah. Or give it up, let me try that. Hello, hello? Nope, it's just, I don't know. I don't know why it's doing it. I'll have to look at that later. So, pretend you can't see the mouth. Pretend you can't see the mouth. So that's an interesting quirk. I'll have to figure that out later. But normally, it's not supposed to have the mouth. Did OBS change Windows again? Of course it did. Anyway. Go fix that up. All right. So yeah, this is the Android. The mask and black outfits remind me of Sango when she's her Demon Slayer garb. I can see that. You can change it if you want. Nah, I'm not gonna worry about it. It's fine. Just, again, just pretend this mouth isn't supposed to be here. Alright, I think I get it. Okay, I think I get it. I made a spell for this map square, so the enemies are no longer hidden. Also, Siren power is affecting all of Colin Island. Special gauge attack full, team up and attack the enemy forces. Bet. Funny, my friends also pretend I have no mouth when I talk. Okay. I'm sorry for laughing, but that is kind of funny. But that also sounds very sad. So, back to the topic that I was talking about is... Yeah, it used to be me. People just tend to ignore me. Yeah, I mean, I get that feeling completely. Wait, is there no way I could get up to the other person? Do I have to team up with Medley? Oh, no, I see it down there. Okay, I got worried. Because I want to at least see the other person that I have as a potential ally. So yeah, so when I was scrolling on Blue Sky to try and figure out when I hit 300, again, it was like February, like early April, like being like, okay, thanks for 280/285, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'll take Linkle. Stuff like that, right? And it dawned on me that I had started, that it truly dawned on me that I had actually, I didn't really leave the things up there. Real foggy ever since going COVID as well. Yeah, unfortunate. I feel the memory things though. My issue is more short term, but I can remember things very clearly from the far past. However, I can't remember things like time. I have zero yeah, no, like that's me to a T. Like something that happened like 4 months ago, like I could probably tell you exactly what would have happened on a specific day, depending on the event, of course. But I could barely remember what I had for breakfast this morning, even though I know for a fact what I had for breakfast. That sort of stuff. So, or like, I don't know. There's a lot of ways that I can remember a lot of things very clearly, but then there's very specific things that I either gaslight myself into thinking, or I specifically am like, I know for a fact this is true. Or no, sorry. So I gaslight myself into thinking it's true, and then I turn out incorrect, or I specifically am like, hey, I have no memory of this ever happening in my life whatsoever. Like that, like that's like the in-between stuff. Might as well go downstairs, open the fridge for a drink, then stare at the fridge wondering why I opened it. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like, it's a mix, right? Where it's the memory issues I got because of COVID, but I also have ADHD, and ADHD is, when it's unmedicated, it sucks. So like, along with the memory issues I face, I also get a lot of ADHD issues that also like give me a lot of stuff that pertain to very short-term memory stuff and all that fun stuff. So yeah, mixing both of those together, terrible, terrible time. So yeah, it dawned on me that I went from, you know, by end of year 2024 with like 270, 280 some followers around there. And then all of a sudden in 3 months going from that to, well, even 4 months going from that to 300 in those 4 months. And then all of a sudden it's like, hey, by the way, throughout June, you've slowly but surely been getting even more followers added on, stuff like that. That like kind of became a thing where I'm literally saying they're like refreshing my Twitch page over and over kind of deal, and like seeing like, ooh, another follower, ooh, like the James Woods like Family Guy thing, like ooh, piece of candy, ooh, piece of candy. Like seeing all like randomly just the number go up, just be like, ooh, new follower, ooh, new follower, like that sort of stuff. Okay, I don't want to focus on him. I want to focus on Zelda. Thank you. So then I don't even remember the exact date by this point, but like midway through June, we finally did hit, from the end of April to mid-June, we got 350, and like that's still like, my brain is having a hard time even comprehending that, because like it's kind of astounding going through, like, I still kind of think of, like, in a sense, myself as, like, I don't know, like, this is gonna sound weird, because I know it's not true, and I know for anyone's, like, outside perspective, it's not gonna be true, stuff like that, right? Like, but it's just such a weird thing, because it's like, I just feel like oh, hello. I just feel like still that kind of like person that is shocked to get the kind of time of day. Like, I know for a fact that people love me, people adore me, they love the fact that I'm around and making content and all that fun stuff, but it just feels weird because I spent like so long with feeling like I'm kind of not getting that, and like I'm not trying to bring the mood down or anything, but like that's just kind of like been the perspective that I faced for like so long, was just, hey, you're loved, but no one is going to really show you that in a proper way. And like that was the kind of thing that I felt with like streaming and stuff, because it was like I knew I was loved and everything, but at the same time I pretty much had like the growth of how to word this, like the growth of I had something in my head and then it went away. But essentially, like, I had like close to zero growth, and like, again, outside the 50 followers and in a few months being able to hit affiliate. After hitting affiliate, like, even then was a grind, but after hitting affiliate, I pretty much, it felt like coming to a complete stop. Like, it was the thing of like, yeah, people love me, but at the same time, again, like, do you really deserve the time of day kind of deal? Because, you know, after hitting affiliate, people stopped coming to my streams. They kind of just like gave me the follow, and that really was it, and like stuff like that, right? Like, and I'm not gonna like be nasty to people like that. Like, everyone has their own stuff going on in their lives and stuff like that. So like, I'm not saying that as a way of being like, fuck you guys, like, you guys are terrible, blah, blah, blah. But it definitely was like a weird thing of like, oh, okay, so I got my goal and now let's not talk anymore? I don't know. It's a weird feeling. It's definitely like a weird feeling to kind of get into. Like, because I don't really have the power to properly explain it without it just kind of sounding like me being a whiny bitch. But I know people can like relate to it and stuff like that, but that's just kind of like the mindset. But regardless, like, I still feel the way a lot, feeling like I'm not really worth the time of day, but when people turn up, I'm shocked because frankly think I'm boring as fuck. I mean, I kind of have that same mindset too, like for myself. Like, what is it with the content that is keeping people coming, right? Like, but even then, like, I would sit there and be like, I don't feel like people are giving me the stuff that I would want after saying I deserve it so much, like that kind of deal. So so I just pretty much like got into my head a little bit about the issues with like streaming and stuff like that. So then like the fact that I'm able I kind of had a point to all this, but now it's kind of going away. But pretty much like I thought that people wouldn't really give me the time of day after saying I deserve the time of day. Like kind of a weird thing of like, again, I'm not saying this is a negative thing toward anyone in specific. This is just the way that my brain handled things, mainly being like, you deserve the time of day, but I'm not going to give you that time of day. Like that kind of weird stuff, right? So after so long of going into that mindset of myself, it's so weird that like I'm so consistently getting that attention, like being able to just kind of sit around and randomly I'll just refresh my Twitch and it'll say I get a couple new followers. Like we're at like, guys, we're at 360 now. Like midway through June we did a goal for 350. And even in that same stream that I hit 350, I got like 4 more during that stream. And so like being able to then like get an additional like 6 followers, like I don't even know where people came from. Like from like I finished, like I went to bed yesterday for because I was tired and stuff, and I ended the night with 357 or whatever. I ended the night with that, and then I woke up, and before I was like, oh, you know what, I want to check out the closing ceremony for the PCU, but before I do that I want to see if I got anything on the channel going on. And I look at my page and all of a sudden it's like, yeah, you're at 359 now. I'm like, excuse me, where did you two come from? Which I did watch the closing ceremony, and my kudo board was specifically like reviewed, and like people were absolutely loving me in chat and stuff like that. So I'm assuming that 2 extra people came from the closing ceremony and like gave me a follow to like help me out and stuff like that, and like maybe watch my content and stuff like that, like all that fun stuff. So it's just crazy that like I'm sitting there in 2 years, I feel like I barely got anything, and then all of a sudden like getting all the followers we needed like to hit 100 in 2023, and then being very ambitious for 200 in 24, and then all of a sudden it being like, oh my god, we're getting close to 300. So almost 200 people followed me in 24. It's just such a weird feeling to go from nothing to everything kind of feeling. I do feel like I've gotten way more traction now than I did 5 years ago. When I tried streaming the first time, I got a lot more attention now, fem presenting, than I ever did before. I don't like equating it to that, but it sure feels like that. I mean, I could definitely say that I definitely feel like that as well, but I do kind of feel like it's not necessarily, I mean, it could, there could be a factor in the fact of presenting female, but I feel like the biggest thing with it is just overall growing and becoming a better streamer. Like, I think that is the biggest equation more than anything. Because, like, I don't acknowledge it a lot, but I definitely have grown in the 4 years that I've been doing this, like, to be a completely different person than I was. I'm sure you've definitely grown as well. Like, definitely, I don't doubt that there is a part that the female equation may have a factor, but I think it's just like people just start enjoying the fact that you're yourself more than anything and are like glued to that. Because I definitely feel like that for me. Like, yes, I'm like, I female present, you know, fully will say my VTuber is hot as fuck. Like, I am not shameful about that whatsoever. Like, but I do think it's a lot of the personality. Like, I think my biggest thing with streaming in general is getting people to understand that it's not like, especially being like the VTuber scene, like it's not necessarily about the looks. While that has a factor, it's like the presentation. Like, you know, Iron Mouse, debatably the biggest VTuber, personally to me the biggest VTuber, but some may think otherwise. But Iron Mouse, like, yeah, all her models are cute and hot as fuck. Like, I'm not gonna say otherwise, like, but like she has such a like huge and expressive personality, like, you know, and she's a freaking grandma. Exactly, yeah, like she has like such a chaotic energy with such hot VTuber models. Like, I'm not gonna say, like, again, they're not attractive. Like, obviously they are, all of them are insanely attractive, but like she has such a chaotic gremlin energy that I think people just resonate more, so much more than being just a hot VTuber. Because I have seen like super hot VTubers that have the personality, like I don't mean this like to anyone in specific, I'm just saying as a general like thing. I have definitely seen VTubers who have like gorgeous models, like may have even like spent like so much money to make the perfect model for them and stuff like that, and they just don't have the energy or like presence or anything like that. And like, I do feel like they probably still get some recognition because of their looks, but I just feel like for VTubing specifically, like if you only have one or the other, it's not gonna work out as well as you think. Like, having a hot model is fun, but that's not the focus. The focus should be being entertaining and feeling like you're entertaining and stuff like that. Hell, sometimes you may not even feel entertaining at all, but people are just like, that was some of the most fun I've had at a stream in a long time. And it's like, how? What did I do? Like, so like, again, I'm not gonna call my VTuber ugly. She's hot as fuck, but like, I think a lot more people come to my stuff for personality more than the actual like look. So I think like the femme presentation and stuff like that, I get it, but I think it's not necessarily the fact you're femme presenting. I think it's just that you're being yourself because of the fact you understand your identity and you want to like you kind of like, sorry, I like went full focus on the game for a second. But like, you're being yourself, and I think that's the thing that people gravitate towards the most, because we've had like, you know, we've had such bad experiences with streamers like and YouTubers and content creators in general that like seem like genuine people, but then turn out like, oh, this person's a piece of shit, this person's racist, homophobic, transphobic, like whatever you want to call them. And like, I think a lot of people just kind of have the idea of like, hey, I kind of just want, I don't want like, you know, the Mr. Beast type YouTuber or the Minecraft YouTuber that specifically is like a good Minecraft YouTuber, but is very like vocal and clearly like fake and feeling like they're just energetic for the sake of being energetic instead of actually like being themselves and stuff like that. So I think a lot of people have just got kind of used to just that type mindset, where when they do see like streamers and YouTubers and stuff like that actually like being themselves and being like forthcoming of their identity and stuff like that, like they're a lot more likely to kind of stick around and support you and stuff like that. I can't be that. I'm way too quiet. Also, I try putting out the kind of energy that exhausted me. Me, I just prefer having confidence with the streamer. I'd rather much just be myself rather than put exactly. And that is what I'm saying. Like, instead of just forcing yourself to be this kind of like energetic goblin, gremlin, whatever, just be yourself. And if that type of personality is like, hey, I don't have high energy, I just kind of want to vibe, I just want to talk, I'm just gonna vibe, and if you'll listen to me, awesome, but if that's not your thing, that's okay. It's either that or just being, if your personality is full on like gremlin chaos mode, then that's okay too. It's just like more so being yourself more than anything. And that's very, very much been like the mindset that I very much put myself into for the 4 years that I've been the VTuber. Like, I started there, and honestly, like, I did, like, in the beginning, I did try to kind of be the fake personality to kind of be like, you know, I want to see, like, if all this stuff is gonna help get me, like, following and recognition, because, you know, it was, like, past, like, COVID times. I hate saying COVID times because we're still in COVID times. We still have COVID. It didn't go away, but people like to make pretend that it's gone, but that's not really me. But even then, like, when it was the most prevalent in 2020/2021, I very much, like, did try and get that sort of attention because of the fact that, like, you know, I was lonely as shit. I was very, very lonely because, like, it was all just trying to get, I don't think I got the heart container. It was all just trying to be like the internet personality more than myself. And then one, that wasn't even working for one. Like, my first year on TikTok slash the other YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, like all that stuff, like, it was rough. Like, even with me trying to be like this other personality kind of deal, like that everyone gravitates towards, blah blah blah, it wasn't happening. And I very quickly realized, being like, I'm not having fun with this. So I just kind of just said fuck that and just started being myself. And, like, even if the growth still wasn't coming, like, at least I was happier doing it. Like, I wasn't stressed to the point of trying to, you know, be someone I'm not, trying to stress the fact that I'm not growing. I just was myself, and if people gravitated towards that, awesome. If not, then I'm not their thing, and that's okay. And, like, it's been such a better experience then. And obviously I've been growing a lot more, like, just community wise, but also just as a streamer in general. It's just so much easier to just be like, you know, I'd rather just be myself. I'd rather be genuine. And that has had so much extra benefit than just being the fake internet personality, because we have enough of that. And if that's people's things, all power to them. I'm tired of it a little bit. I'd rather people just be themselves and then go from there. I mean, I must have gotten the hut container because I went through every keep, and I mean, if I have to replay the stage, I'll replay the stage at some point, but I think I'm good. Now, I also tried, I'll make this a secret either, but I also did try streaming in 20, like, I pretty much like spent half my life by this point trying to be a content creator of any kind. I think the biggest issue that I really had with content creation, or trying to do content creation of any kind, was not really doing proper things to grow. Meaning, like, I didn't really have a presence on like social media, which at that point would have been like Facebook, Twitter, stuff like that. I didn't try and make myself a presence on there. I kind of had this mindset of like, if I just consistently post in the program that I want to be a part of, eventually the growth will happen. And so I did a lot of YouTube videos. I did Let's Plays, like during the golden age of Let's Playing. I was one of them, where I was trying my best to... Okay, I did get the hook too. I tried to... The hell do I do here? Oh, I probably see it. Yep. I'm gonna need Pegasus boots for that, pretty sure. Or no, they're probably the ring up here. Okay. So anyway, I just got myself into that mindset, and you know, I was a Let's Player. I did so many Let's Plays where I either did like stuff with friends, solo projects. The last like Let's Play I even tried to do on my YouTube channel was doing Fallout New Vegas. I specifically was doing that game to try and do a melee only run of it, and I was having a fun time. It was super fun. It was hard to record at that point because, you know, I was in a very, very like tight house essentially, but I didn't really have a lot of privacy to my own. And so recording was a tough time. I definitely did my best with it. There was one point where I had tried to do alongside it a Paper Mario Let's Play, which Paper Mario didn't work out because at that point, such a weird thing to recollect. Yeah, I feel like Let's Plays are kind of dying breed these days. I think they still have a purpose and like fun times and stuff like that. They're just not as like captivating as before because of the fact that like everyone's trying to be a content creator nowadays. Like everyone is trying to be a content creator. It's like because of COVID, everyone had all the extra time in the world to try and become a content creator. Even like existing celebrities, like who had all the time and money in the world, even more time because they didn't have the opportunity to do their jobs or everything like that. So they just had money to kind of do whatever. And instead of doing like whatever, they just stuck with something that they would be known for, and that was content creation. So like it was just a thing that the market for content creation became so over bloated because of COVID that like it just came to a point everyone was a Let's Player, everyone was a streamer, everyone was a content creator in general, like stuff like that, right? Like it was just this thing where everyone was doing it, so it became hard to like find new and better things. Like, because all the market was just becoming the same thing essentially. So I can't necessarily say that Let's Playing would really be around as well if COVID never happened, but I kind of like have this small conspiracy theory in my head that that was kind of a reason that Let's Playing started to become droll and boring, was because of COVID. Oh, I shouldn't be doing this. I should begin the sculpture. So meanwhile, I still had my job all through COVID. Yeah, same. I had my job. I had all this stuff going on. Meanwhile, people were like, oh man, it sucks that I can't do much in COVID and stay home all day, but at least I don't have to work or anything. I'm like, bitch. I wish that were me. But nah, I just worked from home all through COVID, and that was pretty much it. Yeah, I specifically, like, I won't tell the Paper Mario story because it's not really that interesting, but it pretty much was like, that was my point, 2015, 2016 kind of deal. And so I definitely like moved on from YouTube because I got burnt out from YouTube, I'll be honest, because like it does set a burnout in motion when you do stuff for so long with absolutely no payoff whatsoever. So like I did like several Let's Plays. Some of them, a good amount of them like finished off completely, but most of them, not most, a good amount was completely stopped because of burnout for that specific game and not able to make fun content and stuff like that surrounding it. But I was getting proud of myself during the Let's Play days because like I was making some fun stuff. Like I had attempted at one point a Majora's Mask template, a Majora's Mask Let's Play, and what I specifically was doing was that I had a thumbnail set up for it, and what that thumbnail was essentially, hello Cuckoo, what that thumbnail was essentially, it would show Clock Town and then all the transformations. And so it would show Link at the bottom, Zora on the left, Goron on the right, Deku on the top. So I had made it to where that thumbnail was like grayed out everything that we didn't have unlocked yet. So obviously by episode 1 we would only have Deku unlocked, so he was the only one that had color. Meanwhile everything else was grayed out, and then once we got Young Link, he got like color, and then it would continue until we eventually got Goron and stuff like that. And Goron was the farthest we ever made it, but I was like proud of that, even if that like sounds super simple by today's standards. Like it was something that I came up with that I was proud of, because I tried to make like unique stuff with things, and that was like part of it. That was super fun. But yeah, eventually the Let's Play stopped, and then through 2016 to 2017, I had done, what's it called? Streaming. I went on Twitch. Watermelon Orc had started up at some point. I forgot what year specifically, but he started up. No, he didn't. Well, he kind of did at that point. Him and I kind of like had similar paths in that sense. He was doing his own stuff. I was like, you know, I kind of want to do streaming as well. I don't care if it really has anything going on that would stop me. I just kind of want to stream. And so thus, like, I started streaming in 2016 to 2017, and they weren't good. I'm just gonna be forthright and honest. They weren't good. But I mean, that's kind of a common thing where you look back on content and just be like, my old stuff wasn't good, but my new stuff is better. But I pretty much did like a bunch of fun stuff on stream. I didn't, just fun games in general, not really like anything special. And it was another example of like, why am I not growing? And then I wasn't really doing anything like special. I pretty much was just kind of vibing for the most part. And in that vibing, it pretty much was what's it called? Playing random games. And like, I didn't even have a camera. I wasn't on camera. It was literally just, I literally started up a game on my computer through OBS capture, or I didn't even use OBS in that time. I used XSplit. God, remember XSplit? I know it's still around, but remember it? So I pretty much would either like, and I didn't have a good computer at that point, like it was like decent, but like the idea of streaming and running PC games at the same time, not gonna happen. So there wasn't a whole lot of PC stuff that I did, but I bought a Elgato, like the first Elgato, like I forgot what it was called, but the one that was essentially just like 1080p 60 FPS kind of deal. And I pretty much sat there like doing my best in that sense. And I would just choose random console games to play. And then anytime I tried to do a PC game, to be like, you know what, I'm playing, like, at that point I was playing a bunch of Overwatch on console, and then I moved to PC, and I was like, you know what? What's it called? I was like, you know what? I want to try streaming PC Overwatch on console, on my stream and stuff like that. Then the moment I tried to run Overwatch and XSplit at the same time, my computer pretty much exploded. Like, obviously it ran fine when I stopped running stream, but it just was not a good attempt at anything then. So I gave up on trying to do PC games, and then it was kind of a thing where the reason I stopped originally was because the job, again, that I had gotten 8 years ago, I was going to be starting that job at that point. And so I kind of wanted to do a bit of a send-off because I was having a lot of fun with streaming, but I felt like that doing a bunch of stuff for stream while also trying to focus on work and stuff like that, I was like, you know what, I think I have to focus on my career for a little bit. Eventually I'll come back, but I have to focus on me first before anything. And so as a send-off, I pretty much wanted to go ahead and do one final thing, which is essentially I had decided that I really want to play Halo 5, which I know Halo 5 is very divisive among people. I like it, but I know a lot of people hate it, blah, blah, blah. But I really wanted to play it at that point because I had not played it. And it was out for a hot minute, like, before I decided to stream it. But, like, I very much wanted to play through Halo 5 because I owned it and just never bought it. It just became one of those things where I started it and I was like, bet, I like that. I'll continue it at some point, and then just never did. So pretty much every stream was just going through a Halo game. I had started, like, obviously with Halo 1, did an entire stream where it was essentially an entire playthrough of Halo 1. Then next stream was Halo 2, and then like so forth and so forth, and then finishing it off with Halo 5. So like that was pretty much my send-off. And then like a few days before starting that job, I decided, well, I had finished Halo 5 and I was like, all right, well, that's kind of my goodbye for now until I can make more time for streaming, which that didn't happen until 2021 because focusing on content creation as a whole while trying to grow in that, but also trying to focus on my career to make sure I got paid and got good money and all that stuff were inconceivable at that point for me. So, which, I mean, as much as COVID sucks, I do kind of have it to thank for being able to start back up my streaming career. Because, like, I had, I can like thank a lot of things for coming back to streaming. My job in general, I started in a role that I did not have to put a lot forth nearly as much. Hello? Obtain a harp that commit. That's funny. I forgot about the 8-bit weapons. Oh my god. That's crazy. Anyway. So, yeah, I think that's why I stopped paying too close attention to my numbers, because when I would see no growth, very low growth, I would get discouraged. Yeah, exactly. Don't pay attention to your numbers ever. Please don't, because, like, it's not worth it. Because trying to pay attention to numbers is just gonna kill your motivation to keep going and stuff like that. Yeah, pretty much after 4 years, like 6 years, would that have been 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 4 years. Yeah, it was 4 years. I had come back to content creation so that, because of, like, you know, again, I started a position that did not nearly need as much energy. Because of COVID, I pretty much was primarily working from home. And so the main thing was I didn't want to be like just a disembodied voice, but at that point in 2021 I had already figured out I was trans. I didn't specifically find out I was trans until 2020, and thus with figuring out my identity, I wanted to come back to streaming because I had a lot more time for it and a lot more energy for it, but I didn't know how, because I didn't want to show my face because I feel very self-conscious about my face because, you know, I'm not I don't present as a woman, as I present as a woman, but I don't present as a woman, if that makes sense. So I definitely didn't want to stream with my face because I know the transphobia would have been and still would be insane if I decided to show my face. Damn it. So like, I definitely didn't want that. And I wanted to do, I don't have time for it as much as I like. That's fair. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully you get more time at some point though. But I wanted to, you know, I was seeing at that point the rise of VTubers essentially. I was getting more into VTubers. I was seeing VTubers like Fillion and Gargura, like a lot of the HoloLive people, like stuff like that, right? Like, so it's pretty much, I really wanted to do that. I wanted to do VTubing. Then I was looking more and more into VTubers, and I was like, oh, I don't know if I'm ever gonna be a VTuber. Because like, you know, the whole thing being like, the normal stuff with VTubing is that it's, unless you're using specific ways to get VTuber models, which I eventually found out, it's like thousands of dollars. And like, you could get like a cheap model, like, don't get me wrong, like, but I wanted like something more unique, something more me, instead of just, you know, getting a pre-made model, that sort of stuff. And you know, that's just me being picky and bougie and whatever, but like that's really how I wanted to do it. Like, I want to be unique. So I definitely was just like, man, I guess I just won't stream because I don't want to come back as a faceless person, because like, there would be zero growth as streaming as a faceless person. Like, by this point, it's, you gotta show you something to make you unique from other people. And thus, if I can't be unique in any way, then I don't think I'll really be able to do this. So I like talk about this with Watermelon Orc, my best friend, and we talked about it. I was like, yeah, that sucks, sorry to hear that. Like, maybe at some point you'll find something, maybe something can come along that is free, because even with like, again, a full-time job in 2021, especially, still now, but even in 2021, the struggle was real financially. So I couldn't just like randomly have the money to save up and be like, you know what, I'm about to drop $3 grand for this VTuber model. Like, that just was an impossibility. Still is, even. So I was like, I was like, I guess I'm just not doing anything. And he was like, maybe we'll find something. I don't know, but we could get something figured out at some point. And then, you know, days turn into a while. Hello, Shy Siren in YouTube chat. God, I feel that. Yeah, exactly. Ironically, I've gotten like zero transphobia, but I totally get that. Probably the reason I didn't want to show my. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like if I show my face to people, it'll go fine, but it's just not something I want to do to this day. Where am I in the map? There I am. But yeah, it was just a thing of like, I really wanted to stream, but couldn't. And so days turned into a week, couple weeks. And all of a sudden, like, I get a message from Wild Illinois, basically being like, hey, the hell? Why am I stuck? What? Anyway, being like, hey, check this out. And so I look, and it was from a VTuber named girl_GM. And DM? Did I say? I'm pretty sure it's girl_DM. Brain not working too well right now, but it was from her, and she essentially was like, at that point, I'd say have a good night. Love you too in the TikTok chat. So thanks for the rose, I appreciate it. So yeah, it was from her, and it was from girl_DM, and she at that point just released a whole ass tutorial. Thanks for all the gifts, hey, I really appreciate that. She had just done a whole ass tutorial basically being like, hey, do you want to be a VTuber, but you want to do it for pretty much $0? Well, I got the hookup for you. And, you know, she did this whole ass tutorial basically showing off Vroid and all the cool stuff it could do at that point. And basically being able to be like, hey, you kind of have to put some of the work in yourself, but like you could use this and become a VTuber, and you don't have to spend like $6,000 for a model. And thus, like, the original model was born. Vroid was very limiting at that point, but even then, the original model was born. That was very, very, very basic. The actual like look is kind of similar. Like obviously I'm in the Android outfit, so it's not as prevalent, but obviously like the overall like model is similar to what it is now, but it was like completely different hair. I essentially drew on all the clothes with very basic colors and stuff like that. And like, love. Shy Siren says, yeah, my model's from Vroid with some free accessories from Booth. Love your model, by the way. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, so at that point, Vroid was very limited. I kind of had to do a lot of stuff myself, and so it kind of became a thing where I was like, finally, I could be a VTuber. And it was a super fun ride. Yeah, Vroid was how I was able to get a model of the mood. Exactly. Like, it just gave a lot of cool opportunities. So I was able to adopt that, start using it. And with that, like, just use that as a VTuber for a while, with kind of the hope that at some point maybe I was going to be able to get past all my debt stuff and be able to Sheik, get back here, and be able to get like a more expensive model. Still not there, but we ballin'. Uh-oh, where's the Skulltula? I don't want to restart the stage. Yeah, and then at some point I really wanted to upgrade the model. But again, it was like, Sheik, I literally just healed you. What happened? I don't think I'm getting this. Oh, wait, there it is, there it is. There we go. All right, I'm coming to help. Even if Sheik's not there, I'll still help Linkle. Yeah, I definitely at some point was like, I really want to upgrade the model, and still, you know, not in a situation that I could save up and drop like 4K on a model. But it was a very exciting thing to really think about. And then at that point, I saw Vroid got tons of updates since I used it last, with proper clothing and like a ton of fun stuff. And then it just kind of adopted into the model that I pretty much have now, with a lot of cool, unique outfits and stuff like that. Shy Siren says, what would your dream model look like? I mean, at this point, I'm kind of content with my model. Where, like, I can kind of do a lot of silly things with her. At the moment, I kind of want to just add on some random stuff like muscle and stuff like that to the model, which I finally found a video that explains how you could do that stuff in Blender. So I'm going to be experimenting with that at some point if I could get the time. But outside of that, if I like, I've noticed your body collision actually works on like mine. Honestly, I could not tell you how that is to be. Like, I pretty much have only done stuff through Vroid and not really much else. I do have, like I mentioned, I have the hand tracking that allows me to have like connect to Vroid and stuff like that, but like that's really about it. I don't really do much anything different outside of the normal stuff of Vroid, so I couldn't tell you why that would be, but hopefully collision actually works for you at some point. But the model thing, if there was the possibility that somehow, you know, let's say like $20,000 dropped into my bank account tomorrow, and all the message said that dropped with it was spend as much as you want on the exact model you want. And like, I think the thing that I would specifically be going for is like, I really like vampires, okay? Like, I really like vampires. So I think it would be kind of cool to try and like adapt my model into a more like vampiristic state. Like, and not just like a random vampire, like more of a vampire queen type vibe, like with a whole ass dress change, like different looks to some degree and stuff like that, right? Like, not like it would still be this, but like elf vampire queen, essentially, and would be very cool doing that. Which with Vroid, I can make myself a vampire. Like, it does have the setting for vampire teeth and stuff like that, don't get me wrong, but it's more so like I want to make it like better than what Vroid can get me, pretty much. So vampire elf queen kind of vibes pretty much would be the main thing, and just hiring somebody to make it like as beautiful and threatening at the same time as possible, kind of deal. I don't know what else I would really add, honestly, with just that kind of vibe. I've only played recently with hand tracking with elite motion. Don't let me distract you from the questions. I'm just getting my thoughts out before I forget them. No, you're good. You're good. I totally get it. I specifically... Oh, wait. Was anyone specific I should be playing with this? Marin, okay. Honestly, like, it's definitely not you that's distracting me. It's just my brain is not... playing friendly. Again, the ADHD brain type thing. I think I'll do like 2 more stages, and that's what we'll go ahead and call stream. So yeah, Vampire Elf Queen would be like my go-to, but the exact like dimensions and everything, like even if I want to make it a 3D model, which I do by this point, I want to stick with 3D, but it's hard. Even 3D models can get like to be a couple grand, so even if I like, again, I would solely have to have the exact like a crap ton of money dropped into my account randomly to be like, okay, all your debts cleared, and you essentially get a ton of extra money to just do what you want with a model and then go from there. But for now, Vroid, it's fun. I like it. I just wish that I could do more. I wish I just had the knowledge more than anything. Because, like, I kind of really respect artists that are able to make their own stuff. Like, either it's a 3D model, well, they'll essentially do the entire thing themselves with making the model, making it look good, adding all the extra stuff, and then just throwing it in VC Face and just being done. I respect even more like the artists that are able to do essentially everything themselves, where they go from they like have a base set for the drawing, they draw it, then they eventually color it in, then after they color it in, then they add the shading and everything else that's needed for the extra details, and then start just rigging it. They throw it in the program to start rigging it to exactly what they need, and then eventually they just get it perfect. I know that with time I could do stuff like that, it's just I don't have time. But with the hand tracking, like, the only reason I'm able to do this is because of a program called Webcam Motion Capture. Okay, Young Link, I would prefer if you kept Sheik alive, please. So I use like, it's like a $2 fee a month, and I'll pretty much just get access to allow it to access my VC face, and from there it's just like I move my hand and it just works. Obviously it's going to be jank, like if I extend my arm a little bit, loses tracking, but if I do random stuff, it just like starts looking weird, or my model starts being weird. So it's not perfect by any means, but like it's still super fun. I prefer this so much more than just like the static like VTuber look with 3D models. I don't like, obviously I'm not going to badmouth anyone that's using it, but it's just not for me anymore. I really prefer expressive more than static, so that's just something I really want until like at some point maybe I could afford full body tracking and stuff like that. But at least it doesn't go through your chest. Yeah, that's true. I mean, like, again, it has its own issues, but it's not like anything insanely crazy. Like, I am fully content with this with this way of tracking my hand movements and stuff like that. Again, full body tracking is pretty much the goal at some point, because I like to do VR chat content and stuff, but nothing too insane. I don't have the time nor patience. No, and like I get that. I definitely like have the patience. It's just I don't feel like I have the time. I feel like I kind of like have to give myself a bit of a break at some point. I don't know when, but at some point I feel like I kind of just have to be like, look, I love you all, but I really need a break from everything and try and get my own stuff situated and learning stuff and scripts and stuff like that. But I'm too stubborn to do that. I feel like at some point I'll get the time, so I just keep going exactly the same. I hear the Sony Mokabi trackers are good. I've heard that too. I know they were a little rough in the beginning, but I've heard that they've gotten a lot better. The main one that I was really hopeful for, that I even tried to be like, hey, if you send me stuff, I'll like use it all the time and allow you to like allow users to be able to like know them and stuff like that. Like I try to like throw myself out there and be like, I will literally be your content cow for this product if you let me. And that was for the slime trackers. And I heard like, so there's like two variations that you can get of the slime trackers. There's the one that has everything just set up so that you just get them in a box and just be perfectly all set. Or there's like, what's it called? It's pretty much like you can download, like you could 3D print them, you could download a program to kind of configure them and stuff like that, and all that stuff, and like set it like, I don't know, like a Pi Station or whatever they're called. But I have no 3D printer and I have no knowledge on how to like set all that stuff up. So I literally was like, send me them, please, and I will churn out so much content that will get you so much recognition, and like eventually even like purchase them myself so that I'm not like japing you out of money or anything. And so at that point when I had requested it, what they specifically said was, we'll definitely consider it, but we kind of have to go through our own stock at the moment before, like, our own orders and stuff before we can like work on like potential content creator stuff like that. So, which I respect the hell out of. Like, definitely, don't get me wrong, like, I respect the hell out of companies that are actually trying to push through for their actual customers before like content creators and stuff like that. So like, I respect customer first mentality. Exactly, same, 100%. The main issue is the fact that there's not really been an incredible amount of updates regarding the actual customer orders. Because like, they're very vocal about when stuff is being sent out, like what waves and stuff like that, saying like, hey, if you get this email, you'll get yours and all that fun stuff. But I guess there's just been so much demand that like, don't get, and even like, I heard of Slime VR like 2 years ago, and that was when I reached out to try and see about like possible like review copy or whatever. And so it's pretty much been a thing of like, I've been randomly checking and it pretty much has been like not a good time for people to try and get their orders. And there was a VTuber that I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but there was a video she made a hot minute ago basically being like, yeah, so I ordered mine a long time ago, and I'm trying to remember because she got like screwed over in some sense, where it was like either they just canceled her order completely or something. Like they did something to kind of screw her over, and like it wasn't really seeming good for the company pretty much. I mean, maybe it's gotten better. It's been a hot minute since that video came out. Maybe it's gotten better. I haven't really been able to check for a while, but it's just like, man, there's something's going on there, and it's rough to kind of see like stuff going wrong kind of deal. Apparently there's a do-it-yourself full body tracking too. Yeah, Slime VR has that. There's like probably some other stuff that has do-it-yourself stuff, but a lot of it involves 3D printing, which I can't afford or really know how to do. Or it involves like setting up like pie stations and stuff like that essentially are just like, well, figure out yourself, good luck, have fun, blah blah blah. So it's not that I'm against doing it myself, it's just I don't have the knowledge, and I get like really nervous about buying things and then breaking them. But at some point I would be able to get to full body tracking. I mean, maybe I could just add it to my throne by this point. I do kind of want to like add more stuff to my throne. Like, especially now that I'm unemployed, I kind of want to be able to try and see like if I can just like have help from my community or anyone to get stuff. So I gotta see if at some point I can set up like a funding for full body. Because I would really appreciate the help on that, but I'm just really awkward still about trying to ask for help, even though I know I need it. Totally understand that. The way I've seen it is that there's nothing that can be broken that can't be fixed. It's probably why I started soldering and stuff like that. Yeah, and like, I want to learn stuff like that. Like, I want to be able to just kind of like, I love electronics. I love electricity. And like, damn, Link is really not doing too much here. Or young Link. It's something where it's like, I want to learn all that stuff because I love technology so much as it is. And like, giving opportunities for even more opportunities to learn technology sounds like such an awesome time to me. I love learning the insides and outs of like consoles and electronics and stuff like that. It's just, man, I would need to very much start with something small and then try and learn from that. So maybe, you know, when I get another job, maybe at some point I can might suggest by starting with modern Game Boys. I mean, that's an option. Yeah, definitely. Nope. That's definitely an option to be like, hey, it's small, it's cheap. Like, it could definitely happen. Definitely at some point, again, like when I get a job and like have more like opportunities for money and stuff like that, I could start going into that avenue kind of deal. And now I'm opening CRTs and risking killing myself. Yay! Yeah, I know that. I always get like, I always see like the horror stories of stuff like that. But I know it's like, so you could be very careful with it, but still not nearly that bad type of deal. So it's doable. I just need like the money to be able to start learning stuff like that. Oh wait, there was no A rank there or even. All right, more of the map opening up. Perfect. But this will definitely be something that I go ahead and do by myself some other time. Welcome in, Sophia, in the YouTube chat. You're actually reaching me at the end of my lovely stream here. YouTube and TikTok, I'm going to go ahead and say goodbye to you guys. I'm going to wrap up with my lovely, lovely Twitch chat here. So talk to y'all later. Twitch, give me 1 second.